Recording in progress.
Good morning. I will now call to order today's special meeting for Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher?
Here.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Here.
Supervisor Berryessa?
Here.
Supervisor Gregory?
Here.
Chair Ramos?
Here. I will defer the Pledge of Allegiance to our 9 o'clock agenda. At this time, we are going to recess into closed session. If we could have closed session announced.
Closed session, one matter, public employee performance evaluation, Director of Health and Human Services Agency.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open public comment for the closed session item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and we will now recess into closed session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning. We are now back from closed session of our 8 a.m. agenda, and if I could please have County Council announce our closed session item.
Thank you, Chair. Item 18A, the 8 o'clock set matter, public employee performance evaluation for the Director of Health and Human Services Agency. The board has not concluded that discussion and will be recessing before lunch back into closed session.
Thank you so much. At this time, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher,
Here.
Supervisor Cottrell,
Here.
Supervisor Pedrosa,
Here.
Supervisor Gregory,
Here.
Chair Ramos.
Here. And with a very seldom appearance in our boardroom, I would ask our District Attorney, Allison Haley, to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. Setting some expectations for today, we do have a very heavy agenda, and there's going to be some bouncing around, and so I will go ahead and say that item 4A, our presentation to CAPC, will be trailed to join the report of 13B, so wait momentarily for that. We also will be trailing the item 11C, that is the contract with our interim executive officer, David Morrison, until after the closed session item dealing with the same, and that is expected later this afternoon. At this time, we will go ahead and take up item 3A, approval of our minutes. We have one set of minutes for consideration.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedrosa, second by Supervisor Cottrell. Ask for any public comment on these minutes. Seeing none, I'll take it back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, I would ask our Director of Public Works, Steve Lederer, to give us a presentation. As the weather is getting better, it is road season, and many people are starting to receive notices of work coming up, and if you could just please give us a snapshot of what we can expect.
Sure. Steve Lederer, Public Works Director. I will just start with the storm repairs, starting on Mount Vita Road and working south to north. So Mount Vita Road at 1.0 and 1.1, those are two slides that came out of the March storms. Our roads department has been tackling those two slides. 1.0, I believe, is the structural work was completed, and 1.1 is being worked on this week. Both of those will then be rebased and paved probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And when we do that paving, then we'll probably jump with the paving crew up to Lawley Toll Road, which was a slide from the January storms, where again the structural work has been done, but we haven't done the paving yet. Continuing north on Mount Vita Road, 3.75, which was the largest of the January slides. That project is out to bid. We'll be opening bids on May 4th. Bringing a contract, hopefully a construction contract, to the board your May 16th meeting, I believe it is, and it should go into construction shortly after that. The Dry Creek Road project at 11.6, the one up above Wall Road, that one is on the same schedule as 3.75. It's out to bid. Bids open May 4th. Come to the board middle of May, be in construction shortly thereafter. Back to Mount Vita Road, 6.15, which was the the March slide that ended up closing the road at that location. We had looked at if there was any opportunity to try and get that back open with a temporary project, and just found that there was no way to do that. There was just too much damage, and it continues to move. So we put that on an emergency, what I call a super emergency fast track, not a technical term, but on an emergency track to try and get that into construction. Also in June, basically, we made that our number one project for with our designers. So Mount Vita Road at 6.15 will remain closed at least for another couple or 3 months. I will mention, and we'll be sending notices out to the residents up there. There will be a period of time in June where we're going to need to close 3.75 for the stabilization work there, and 6.15 will still be closed. So there will be a few day period of mornings, probably 8 to noon, and afternoons 1 to 5, where Mount Vita Road will be closed between 3.75 and 6.15. The only access will be emergency access. So we'll be getting notices out about that. Let's see. The other Mount Vita projects, 3.99 and 6.25, those projects are in design. They're running a couple months behind the two that I mentioned previously. So with luck, that means that all of the Mount Vita projects will construct this summer and be done before it rains in the fall. I mentioned the paving on Lawley Toll Road. Out in the Berryessa Highlands, there's the Steel Canyon 6.4 slide. That is also tracking towards going into construction probably in July. Those are all the slide projects. Big picture paving, is going to be a lot of separate from the storm. There was already a large number of paving projects planned for this summer. Just rattling some off the top of my head. Those include Silverado Trail up in the Calistoga area. We're partnering with the city of Calistoga to do our sections and their sections. It goes city, county, a couple of times, so we partnered with the city to just do all that together. We'll be doing additional work on Petrified Forest Road. We'll be paving the lower section of Whitehall Lane this year. There are projects in the Silverado Country Club area, including Canapali and Silver Trail and a couple of other small streets. We'll be working on the upper 3 miles of Atlas Peak Road this year. Some will remember a couple years ago we paved on Dry Creek Road from the city line to Orchard. This year we're going to continue, do the next section, essentially from Orchard to about a mile north of there, so just continuing on up Orchard. We also have a major paving project in the Angwin area. We're going to pave from basically all of Howell Mountain Road, essentially from Four Corners, where Deer Park turns into Howell Mountain right at White Cottage Road. So we're basically going to be paving from there all the way through Angwin and up over the hill down into Pope Valley. And I might be forgetting one or two, but a lot of paving going on, as well as a lot of storm repair coming on this summer. So happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Thank you, Director Lederer, for all that information. I just had a question about Diamond Mountain, which is one of those existing paving projects.
Yes.
And I think the question is relevant to a lot of the other projects you talked about, too, because it's about communication with residents so that they understand when they can get in, when they can get out, and things like that. So what is your recommendation? Can they find updates on the website, or would they get emails letting people know when the paving activities will be happening, close to the date?
Yeah, so there's a whole series of notifications that goes out. Generally, there are letters that go out in January and February to give people a very early warning. There's another notification that usually comes out about 3 weeks before the project. And then if it's a neighborhood like Diamond Mountain, generally, and Diamond Mountain's a good example, we have emails for just about everybody up there. So there's an email chain that basically includes just about all the folks that live there. Mount Veeder, similarly, there are ways of communicating by email. There'll be a great many letters. Generally, there are message board signs that are put out 2 weeks before the project. So there are numerous ways of communicating that we use to communicate. We try, it really is a balance. We try and do our best to balance the needs of the residents, but there's also the needs of the project. And if we're not taking care of the needs of the projects, that means we're unnecessarily spending tax dollars. So construction ends up with inconveniences. That's just the nature. Not doing construction has its own inconveniences, as roads deteriorate and whatnot. So we do our best to communicate and to try and accommodate, and we appreciate residents' patience, understanding that there are going to be some inconveniences.
Right, and then ultimately it's improving conditions for people there too. So
Yeah,
thank you.
as they point out, we don't pave very often, so they just have to put up with it about once every 10 years or 15 years or so.
Supervisor Gregory.
Just a quick kudos to your roads crew for having the skills to fix those two smaller slides before they become big, expensive ones. So please share my thanks with your team. And this seems to be a good chance to advertise the community meeting we have scheduled April 29th, 10 a.m. at Enchanted Hills to share the plan with Mount Veeder residents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
We will be there.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. Steve, I appreciate all the work we're doing on the roads, but I've also heard a lot about the potholes given the rains that we've had. So what are we doing on potholes? Is there a delay? And how are we allocating potholes and working on roads?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Potholes are generally a pretty high priority because they for one thing, if you don't get to them, they just get worse, and secondly, there's the inconvenience to the public. But we do have a limited number of people, and particularly right now, really all of the crews are committed to those repairs on 1.0 and 1.1. That really is the balance, if you will. Our roads crew, I don't mind saying our roads crew is super talented,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of different things they can do. But when they but there aren't that many of them, and when they dive into a project, it pretty much takes the whole crew to do that. So we're trying to keep up on the potholes and make some progress from all the damage that was done. But it's also a balance between getting those big projects done versus the maintenance. So all I can tell you is we're working on it the best we can with the staff that we have.
Got it. Thank you, Steve. And if someone has a concern about potholes, what's the best way they can communicate that to us?
Two ways. They can either call the roads department, phone numbers on the website, or they can email us from the website. So the best way to let us know, again, is either by phone or by email, and you can get to both of those from the county website, road section of the county website.
Perfect. Thank you. And I also appreciate your work on Mount Veeder as well. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Lederer, thank you so much. We really appreciate the tremendous work your roads department has been doing under terrible winter conditions, and hopefully this break in the rain gives us an opportunity to make some headway, and we appreciate the update. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Also the engineering department, which started with 110% of projects, and then we added like another 50% on top. So Juan Arias and his crew have really jumped to it and trying to get all of these designed and into construction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to consent items for special districts. We have one matter before us. Any questions on that? I'll open public comment on item 6A. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next, we're moving on to our consent calendar, all items under 7, with the correction memo on 7I. That should have been distributed, Madam Clerk? Excellent. Okay. I will open public comment on our consent calendar. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. What is your pleasure?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gregory, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. At this time, I will open public comment. Public comment is for all matters not listed on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Is there any general public comment? Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Barge. I live here in Napa, and I'm part of Class 35 of Leadership Napa Valley. I also happen to serve as board president for Napa County RCD. Thank you for the opportunity to share an exciting project that our Leadership Napa Valley team is doing for the benefit of Napa County. We appreciate the county has consistently supported environmental leadership and hope that this information will be beneficial to you and your constituents. Our Leadership Napa Valley practicum project is focused on cleaner burn practices for the benefit of our residents and environment. My goal today is to promote an upcoming website we are developing and to ask that you support hosting a link on the county website to encourage citizens to use these cleaner burn best practices. A cleaner burn is a small fire that is done in a specific way, sometimes with special equipment, in order to reduce smoke and thereby improve air quality. Cleaner burns are used by agricultural and residential landowners and in forestry to dispose of biomass such as old vines, trees, or brush. When done correctly, cleaner burns are a safe and effective disposal method that has many advantages over uncontrolled burning, chipping, or leaving biomass to break down on its own. There are many organizations in Napa County that promote cleaner burns, such as Napa Valley Grape Growers, Firewise, Napa County RCD, Napa Green, the Bay Area Air Quality Board, and others. Our team found that all of these organizations have quality resources to help users do cleaner burns effectively. So we wanted to create a one-stop shop website that would make it easy for all Napa County users to understand cleaner burns and use them effectively. We will be submitting this information to the county, including the link to this website and a QR code for easy access to it once it is completed in the next few weeks. The website is easy to understand and includes great videos, pictures, guides, and information to help users with cleaner burns. We encourage you to spend a few minutes looking at the site when it is completed and to share and communicate it widely. We've also promoted the website at the Fire Resources Fair on April 11th at the Expo, and we will be promoting it at Earth Day on April 23rd in Napa. Firewise has generously agreed to maintain the website into the future. In some places, such as the Central Valley, all such burning has been banned because of improper burn techniques. That would be a bad outcome for Napa County, because proper burning is the best way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reduce pests, and create helpful biochar. Again, we appreciate your support and environmental leadership. Please let us know if you have any questions or follow-up requests, and thanks for the opportunity to share today.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good morning. My name is Eric Almond-Smithies, county resident, reside at 1125 Milton Road. I'm also a Class 35 Leadership Napa Valley member and wanted to follow up on my fellow classmate and team member Bruce Barge's public comments for promoting cleaner burn practices in the community. My family has been farming and ranching in this community for over 50 years in both Carneros and the Lake Berryessa area. The ability to continue with open burn practices is near and dear to me so long as it's done right. My family not only has the need to dispose of annual olive orchard prunings properly, but also to maintain defensible space and fuel loading reduction around our structures prior to fire season, especially when we're having these big fires every other year in the Berryessa and in the woodland interface. As you've already heard today, the open burn process is one very practical way to mitigate pest and disease, as well to put back regenerative properties into the soil. Trucking materials off-site does not seem to be responsible or practical depending on the location you are in this valley, and it also contributes to congestion on the roadways as well as also emissions in the air. The permitting processes are also in place at the Air Quality Management District and the County Fire and CAL FIRE. I'm not sure if any of you perused the CAL FIRE website recently, but it really has good learning practices, and you have to watch videos before you can even see if you need a permit from them. It can be daunting. I'm an engineer. I work for an agency, and I've had easier processes through the Water Board and the Army Corps. And going through the Air Quality District, I was like, which box do I check? And this process has been very educational for myself. When I first learned about the cleaner burn practices and the stories shared by the Napa Valley grape growers at Leadership Napa Valley's Ag Day, I was inspired on how my family could start using these practices on our property and how to raise awareness to others on how to do it the right way. We are more than just grapes in this valley, so there's lots of large property owners that need help. The fact that there are multiple organizations promoting it was beknownst to me, and was excited that my leadership team and I came up with a way to centralize these resources for a one-stop shop and debuted a website link last week at the Fire Resources Fair, and are looking forward to this month Sunday's Earth Day this coming weekend at the Oxbow. And with Napa Firewise jumping on board and helping us with leading the website and maintaining it, it's great, and I think it'd be a great resource for the county residents that could use this method. If you haven't already attended a cleaner burn activity hosted by Napa County RCD and or Napa Green, I encourage you to do so. I also hope the board and community can maintain an open mind when it comes to climate action and legislation in the near future. We need this for the generations to come. We can only do so much with pest disease control and chemicals, and the way to burn, it's just easier, it's cleaner, if done the right way. It can be climate friendly when done properly. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I'll close public comment, and I'll just say to our speakers, thank you. I see the fire department in the back, and I think we've got people who have taken note, and we appreciate the work that you have done, and certainly there are many industry group partners that have also been promoting it, so I think this is very timely. Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to our set matter, which is item 13B. We will now receive the Napa County Child Abuse Prevention Council, CAPC, annual report on the status of children and families in the community. And so I will invite you to join us at this time.
Good morning, board and supervisors and CEO staff. Thank you for having the Child Abuse Prevention Council here today. I'm Michelle Grippy. I'm the Executive Director of Cope Family Center, which oversees the Child Abuse Prevention Council, and co-chair. I'm sharing with you some information that's hot off the presses from our partner at the Greater Bay Area Child Abuse Prevention Council, Safe and Sound. I've shared this report with you in the past. It's the Economics of Abuse report. Also, your blue ribbon pin. I've noticed that you may be giving away the ones that I gave you last year, so I give you a new one. You can share it with folks. But anyway, I'm just happy to be here today to share with you some of the work that we have been doing at the Child Abuse Prevention Council. As the report states, it's not only important for us as a community to support children and families, for them as individuals, for the family as a unit, but as a community. And there's also an economic cost to abuse and neglect and child maltreatment. And this report cites that it's about $64 million in expenses related to child welfare, education, criminal justice, healthcare, and lifetime productivity. So our charge at the Child Abuse Prevention Council is to really work together with all of our members to ensure that we can provide the supports that children and families need, and community pathways where they can get the assistance they need to raise healthy and happy kids in their lives. Our report this year really focused on another great issue brief that the Safe and Sound put out, moving from mandated reporter to community supporting. And one of the ways in which all of the CAPC members work together is to really come together, as I said, and kind of get out of those silos and start to work together to utilize the abundance of resources that we have in our community. So the easiest way that I've found to share kind of what CAPC members do is to utilize a great resource from the Center of the Developing Child at Harvard, a brief video that I had shared that I would love to share with you, and it gives you a really good overview of how the CAPC members do our work. I sent. No worries.
The social challenges that face modern societies, whether it's the ability to work productively, to be a good citizen, stay healthy, have their roots in early health and development. A strong foundation in early childhood results in much better and more effective development later. A weak foundation really puts us behind. The most important thing children need to thrive is to live in an environment of relationships that begins in their family, but also extends out to include adults who are family members in child care centers and other programs. What children need is for that entire environment of relationships to be invested in their healthy development. We've shown from decades of testing interventions that we can improve outcomes. But the magnitude of those impacts is not good enough. Science is now available to help us think about what we might do that would have a bigger impact than the best of what we've done before. So we began to ask, what could we be doing differently? What could we do to be smarter? Children who are at the greatest risk for the poorest outcomes in learning and health and behavior are children who experience a pile-up, a cumulative burden of one after another of risk factors. And then the burden is more than any child could be expected to overcome. So we began to focus on the development of the adults. What could we be doing to strengthen the capacity of everyone who interacts with children? This led us to think about the kinds of skills you need to deal with adversity. These skills of focusing attention, planning, monitoring, delaying gratification, being able to solve problems, being able to work in teams, executive function and self-regulation. They're also the kind of skills you need to create a well-regulated home and school environment in which healthy development and learning can take place. And then brain science started to tell us that differences in those skills start to develop in infancy based on the environment kids live in. So how do those skills get built? Well, if you don't develop them early, how do you develop them later? Actually, you can build them later because the period of flexibility and plasticity for this part of the brain doesn't fully mature until age 25 to 30. And then the light bulb went on. The reason we're not getting a bigger impact is not because we don't know about how to influence development, but because we're giving information and advice to people who we need to do active skill building with. Skill building by coaching, by training, by practice, but we're not doing that. So we now have developed this theory of change that says we need to focus on the development of the adults who are important in kids' lives.
So try this.
How does that work?
That's a new idea. Buen trabajo.
We need to focus on their skills, their needs, in order for them to be better, more effective parents, in order for them to be better prepared to be employable, which would enhance the economic stability of the family, which is also good for children. Second of all, we looked at many people in preschool programs and child care centers. And we said, what are we doing to build those skills in the providers? They need skill building as well. And also the community can help to build and reinforce the capacities that parents need. And the community also includes programs in which the people who work in the programs have sufficient skills. Third of all, what are the major sources of toxic stress in this community, and how can we reduce them? Moving it up to a policy level, how are our policies strengthening communities' abilities to reduce source of toxic stress and caregivers' abilities to provide what kids need? The development of our human capital is our future. The development of a productive workforce is our future. The development of a healthy population is our future. This kind of future orientation is critical for healthy society. It's critical for a thriving business. It's critical for successful environmental relationships to raise children. It's all about being able to plan for the future, to have a future. And that's why this is so important.
Thank you. I've seen that a lot of times. Each time it makes me feel really proud of the work that we're doing here in Napa County. And so I will mention, you know, we do put in our report every year the number of reports that we get and the number of verified cases of maltreatment in our community. But it is important to remember that those are just a fraction of the instances where children are dealing with toxic stress in their life. In addition to kind of the adverse childhood experiences that are talked about, we have adverse community experiences like poverty, poor education, systemic racism, but then also there's a new ACE that they've been talking about, which is adverse community environments. So we have all of the natural disasters, and that pile-on of toxic stress really does negatively impact the development of our kids and our future neighbors and coworkers, and so that's why it's important for all of us to be in this together. The report goes through in great detail, and I encourage you to also read the issue brief from Safe and Sound. It has much more detail of what we can do as a community, but I tried to spotlight just a few of the ways in which we are moving towards a community supporting model. So we have been working very closely with Child Welfare Services and Veronica Piper Jefferson, who I'd love to have come up and join me, to ensure that the new legislation that's coming forward around mandated reporting is implemented and adjusted in our community. Also, that we are working together as a community through a new interagency leadership team to really start to look at what could our community pathways be and how could we be more impactful together. And then the community education piece. And so I encourage you on the CAPC website, we've been doing a campaign called Mi Familia, Mi Comunidad, which really highlights what are the risk factors for child maltreatment and then what are the protective factors to help build resilience in children and families and the communities. And so we have a social media campaign, we have radio announcements and articles in the Register, so I encourage you to take a look at those and share them in your networks as well. And then finally, there were some recommendations at the conclusion of the report that really call out the opportunities that the board has to support the work of the Child Abuse Prevention Council. So there's a lot of policy work that's going on right now to support the work that CAPC members are doing. We have a really robust network of family resource centers, school wellness centers, our federally qualified health clinic are all really important pieces to creating those community pathways. The more that we can leverage resources across municipalities, so talking with school districts and cities about how they have resources that might work towards some of the work that you saw in the video would be great as well. And then you're always invited to a CAPC meeting or to a mandated reporter training. We have them. It's really eye-opening, and we do that in partnership with Child Welfare. So I'd love, Veronica, would you like to say a few words? I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Board, and I really appreciate Michelle in that video and the information in the report. I am Veronica Piper Jefferson. I'm the Deputy Child Welfare Services Director for Child Welfare Services, which is a division of Health and Human Services, where Jennifer Yasumoto is our agency director. And we really appreciate the Board taking the time to make space on the agenda for the acknowledgement of Child Abuse Prevention Month. And also thank you for the continuous support that is provided by this Board and the entire county at large in terms of helping our efforts around child abuse prevention. We don't do this alone. Parenting is hard work. I think if one thing that report resonates with me, and as well as the video, is that the best way to prevent child abuse is to support parents. So I really, again, appreciate CAPSI and all the efforts and their partnership throughout this year. And thank you again for the Board for acknowledging Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments from the Board? Absolutely. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the report. I love that video every time I see it. I think some things that came out of the report, and also from the issue brief from Katie Albright's team in San Francisco, that I think a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, about 55% of the cases that are reported to child welfare throughout the state, including Napa County, are for neglect. And neglect is frequently tied to poverty. And so when we can have an impact on poverty, we can have a direct influence on what is best for kids. I think that sometimes people sort of have this us and them feeling about child abuse and neglect, like, well, you know, I don't have that in my family, I don't have that in my neighborhood, that's different people, they're different, they do things differently, they have a lot of problems. It's like, well, you know, if you're a mom and you're working, a single mom working 2 jobs, and you have to make the decision to go out and work to feed your family versus leave your 10-year-old and your 5-year-old at home alone, which is not a best practice, that's not what we should be doing with our kids. You know, people are making super tough decisions. So I'm really excited about AB 2085. If I think our board should definitely want to get in and support that. That will change the definition of neglect to exclude a family's economic disadvantage. This is finally saying that it's not a crime to be poor. I think that is incredibly important, and is for too long we have had that viewpoint in many areas of our society, and we need to get past that. And I just want to acknowledge the work of HHS and all the community partners to develop the comprehensive prevention plan. I know this started a long time ago. I think maybe I was even with COPE, I don't know when it started, but it's you know, kind of a long time coming, and a great collaborative effort. And I think also points back to why Jennifer Yasumoto's, you know, we have got to have that comprehensive data throughout our departments. That includes our community-based organizations. Why that is incredibly important, because being able to share the data is important for so many different systems, and this is one of the systems where it's absolutely critical to be able to share that data. So I'm so happy we're moving forward with that. But congratulations on the Child Abuse Prevention Month and the proclamation.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of, you know, how we're making improvements and the outcomes we're trying to achieve, how are we trending over time? Because this is, hopefully, this is a problem that is diminishing over time. But do we have any data on that in terms of how we're doing, generally?
Sure. The data thus far is showing us that in Napa County, we actually are above the state average in terms of the amount of child abuse reports that we receive, in terms of calls.
So that's not good.
Calls,
Okay.
right? So this actually goes back to the point about becoming a county that is more about family supporting as opposed to child abuse reporting. Because oftentimes, like Supervisor Gallagher mentioned, many of those reports tend to be around issues related to poverty, right? Poor people doesn't necessarily equate to poor parenting, right? We also are below the level in terms of the number of substantiated reports of child abuse of the state average. So yes, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So while we're getting more calls, we're also getting calls that are actually not about child abuse, but are actually around areas around basic needs. So we are below the state level in substantiated reports of child abuse and below the state level in terms of the number of children per the general population in our county that are actually in foster care. So that is good.
No, I appreciate that. I think just that type of data of how we're trending is really important to the board, because as we make these investments, we hope that it's reaching those folks that need help the most. So, and I really appreciate all the work that everyone does in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I will go ahead and I will take public comment on this item. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and we do have a proclamation, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and if the board will join me down in the well. This Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, does hereby proclaim April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Napa County. We urge all community members, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to empower parents and nurture children to prevent child abuse, strengthen our community, and raise children who thrive. Thank you so much for your report, the work that you continuously do, your partnership with the county, and anyone that's going to receive the proclamation. I'll invite you and the board to come on down.
Can the CAPSI members join as well? Erica, Amanda?
Presentation of that proclamation was item 4A on our agenda. At this time, I will invite the Deputy Fire Chief, Chief Martin, will provide information on measures taken to prepare for the upcoming fire season and seek for direction possible action. This is item 13C. After item 13C, we will take item 11B, which is the reentry facility item. Chiefs.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, board members. Thank you for having us. Deputy Chief Jason Martin, Napa County Fire Department.
And good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Mike Marcucci, County Fire Chief.
We have put together a pretty big presentation for you. We've been very busy this winter, so I'm going to try to kind of shorten it up a little bit in essence of time, because you have a pretty packed schedule this morning, but we also want to allow enough time at the end for any questions and or direction. So we can start the presentation, please. Okay, great. So our preparation through the winter months, basically from around December until present, we've been quite active. We did just recently participate with the Fire Resources Fair in partnership with Grape Growers and Napa Vintners. and that was a great turnout and a great organized event. In January, we opened up the new Carneros Fire Station, which is a county facility, Station 210. In Carneros, which has increased our capabilities, put us in a little bit better position in order to respond, and also for the volunteers to respond to the facility. Our volunteer academy, our recruits have been active since January and will be graduating in May. Through this academy, they've received about 150 hours of instruction in fire techniques and skills, from wildland to structural firefighting, and some rescue elements and what have you. So we're looking forward to that graduation in May. I'm going to skip this video. Our Napa Interagency Rescue Team, they've been very active as well. They've gone to a couple different events. They've participated in interagency training with Napa City and American Canyon. We did a coordinated event with the rope rescue cadre from Fresno in order to enhance our skills and become instructors. And they continue to perform twice monthly, and are prepared for any emergencies like earthquakes or what have you. I skipped. My apologies. Our hazardous materials team has also been very busy in training with other agencies. They participated with the City of Vallejo, Solano County Hazmat Team, Contra Costa Fire Hazmat Team, the 95th CST, which is a civil support team, and the FBI to refine our skills in identifying unknown substances and biological threats. Maybe. We're stuck on hazmat. Oh, boy, we went. Okay. All right, I'll try to get us back to where we need to go. Oh, wow. Okay, so cooperative training, again, we work with all the various agencies within the Napa Valley, from Calistoga to American Canyon, and we go over all of the different facets of the fire service and the services that we provide, from structure firefighting, special operations like truck company operations, like you see on the far left is vertical ventilation, to technical rescue, training, which is what you see in the center, which is a rope technician evolution, and then our low-angle rescue operations, which you see on the far right, which pertain to somebody that may go over the side, vehicles over the side, what have you. That's the systems we would set up. Let's see if it wants to go forward. I'm not going to press it too many times. Okay. All right, so then we had some improvements too. So we've been working on increasing our capabilities with communications and the delivery of information to our responding units. So we have been able to implement the tablet command program, which has increased our capabilities twofold. And this program provides us data as far as call information, CAD notes from our dispatch center, pre-plans of buildings that we have within the area, route of travel, a command and control section which allows us to manage an incident and share that information amongst all the responding resources, vehicle location updates in real time so we know where the resources are at and can give them direction. And this just basically provides us a platform that allows us to disseminate information and communicate directly. Increases firefighter safety and our ability to mitigate incidents. Next is another big one, update to our mobile radio system. And this was really a partnership with County Comms in order to address some of the issues we've had with our radio system throughout the county. Obviously, we're in a very mountainous area, and sometimes radio communications is very difficult. So we've started the process to update our radio system. We have a dual band radio that now allows us to communicate with all resources that may come in, and or if we provide mutual aid to our various cities that surround Napa County. So we've updated the mobile radios, and we're in the process of updating all of our portable radios, which is our handy talkies that we have. This increases firefighter safety and our ability to mitigate incidents. Next, this is one of the few videos I'll show today. We go ahead and show this video. This is the storm damage and the responses that we had over the winter, which will kind of go into some of the issues we were going to have to deal with this summer. Snowing in the Napa Valley. Interesting. That video just highlights the coordination we had with all resources within Napa County, from CHP to AMR. We had a great response from our volunteers in the northern part of the valley that helped with the mitigations. And as you can see through those videos, we've had several trees, which everybody's heard about. So we have a lot of debris that's on the ground that will tie into this next section, which is our fuels mitigation projects and some of the challenges we have before us. With that, the board, you took several tours with NCFF and J.C. Greenberg from the Fire Marshal's office. Supervisor Gallagher, I understand you have a scheduled tour as well. That highlighted some of the projects that we've been doing to show the efforts that we have to meet fire resiliency. Boy, I keep going back and forth on this. This is crazy. We're happy to be able to show those efforts and what we are trying to do for our communities. Let me get us back on the right page. This PowerPoint has a mind of its own. I'm going to continue, and I'll try to get us caught up. Circle Oaks. So the Circle Oaks Homeowners Association has been doing just an amazing job. They really are one of the examples in the valley as far as the community coming together in order to contribute to the mitigation efforts and to provide protections for their communities. Supervisor Pedroza and Steve Letter took a tour with some of our representatives from the Fire Marshal's office to take a look at some of the issues that they have there and also the efforts. They have been piling brush and cutting all of their heavy materials throughout the winter and piling them in preparation for the chipping season. And they've also taken care of some of their storm damage to protect their communities. And we've already started the chipping program for the Circle Oaks community because they have a kind of a special deal where we can't broadcast the chips. We have to haul them away. which is just the start of the season, which allows us to ensure when our chippers get staffed, we can send them out into our communities to start that chipping program. Bothay State Park fuels reduction project. Sorry about the PowerPoint. We seem to be, yeah, you're following. So the Bothay State Park, that was another collaborative effort between the state parks, Napa Community Firewise Foundation, CAL FIRE, and Napa County Fire Department. We burned roughly 350 piles of fuels reduction. And what that does too is that helps reduce the fuel loading between Tucker Acres and Park Roads, which is one of our concerns we had with the Tucker Acres location. Then we moved on to the Bald Mountain Ridgeline Fuels Reduction Project, which is another project that we outlined in the CWPP, which provides us a ridgeline fuel break strategically, and that's in cooperation with Firewise, CAL FIRE, LNU, Hood Mountain Hand Crew, a couple masticators, in order to continue that project. And I think Supervisor Gregory, you took a tour of that project.
Yeah, a while ago before it was starting.
Starting, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, and then Lenda Falls Terrace, which was another large project that we did just below the community of Angwin. Thank you to LNU for the Delta Crews and the Hood Mountain Hand Crews. We burned about 3,000 piles. And that was quite the project. It was well orchestrated and executed, which will provide us another buffer for the community of Angwin. I did want to try to get to the CWPP if I could. The 21-22 projects from your presentation you have in front of you. The highlighted sections that are in red are the projects that we completed in the 21-22 year. And going into 22-23, the yellow-ish, kind of a burnt yellow, is what we're looking to accomplish in this next year. And that was outlined in the budget ask. Oh gosh, this thing's crazy. The budget ask, but we are, I'm all over the place. I'm not gonna touch this thing anymore. How about that? Yeah. And so we're finding success, and it, thank you to NCFF for their organization and also their motivation in order to get our community closer to fire resiliency. Thank you to the Fire Marshal's Office for the work that they do in coordination and collaboration with not only NCFF but also the RCD, which helps us out with some of these projects throughout the year. The last one, which is the all the projects. Can you go to the last projects slide? Might be 19. I'm all over the place. But when you look at that map, that shows how far we have spread out in order to provide fuels reduction throughout the county, and that really shows that's a lot of effort. And that is what we have to, that's what we need to achieve. And then once we achieve that, we are already starting some of the maintenance on the previous projects we did in year one. So we're starting that cycle, if you will, and we have a plan in place to continue that cycle for the next 10 years. Defensible space programs. There's a cost share program, which is based off of a grant that helps with defensible space cost share. If you live within a mile of high or very high severity zones, a grant is meant to assist property owners with doing and meeting the Napa County defensible space requirements. This is run by Firewise, and so if we have folks in our community that are interested, they can access it by scanning the code to sign up, and we are recommending that you sign up for the reimbursement and try to take advantage while the funds are still available. The next is the Reflect to Protect program, we're continuing that program in the areas of Wild Horse Valley, Calistoga, Diamond Mountain, and Spring Mountain, Angwin, and Lake Hennessy. And that is the address signs, the reflective address signs that not only have the address, but anything that's particular to the property, such as water sources, the amount, or even the number of properties that may be with one address. We found that this is very helpful when we respond to emergencies in some of these communities with these long driveways that have several residents. The consulting inspections, again, we still have that program. We found a lot of success with the consulting inspections with not only the private residents, but also our commercial properties. And the stakeholders, or commercial wineries, have taken advantage of this and have done an amazing job to provide defensible space not only for their properties, but since they typically are in or around some of our communities, they're also providing a very valuable asset or protection in defensible space. We started a defensible space compliance certificate program. And this program was meant to provide the landowner a certificate of completion that they meet or exceed our recommendations, and they can share that with insurance companies if they ask. And so we also want to make sure that each one of the homeowners, when we come and interface with them, we are having a face-to-face conversation. We're providing them this certificate. The one video that is next, it is just an example of what defensible space looks like. And there's a little snippet from the Hennessy, the LNU complex, that shows the effectiveness of defensible space. If you don't mind playing this.
Hi, my name is Christian Wentworth. I'm a resident of the Berryessa Estates in Pope Valley for the last 13 years. Prior to the LNU 2020 Lightning Complex fire, I referred to the Napa County defensible space requirements to prepare my home in case of a fire. Because of all the hard work I've done preparing the defensible space in my home, the men and women of the fire department were able to come in and save my home. And today, I'm the first recipient of the Napa County Defensible Space Compliance Certificate.
There's no question that wildfires will continue to threaten the County of Napa and State of California. That is why we must take action now to ensure that we have adequate defensible space around our structures and infrastructure. For more information about wildfire preparedness, please visit our website or give us a call.
And again, that was a really nice example of what defensible space is supposed to look like and the successes we've had with those programs. Moving into the chipper program, we did finally receive our new chipper. Our chippers last us about 7 to 8 years, and then we have to replace them. So we did receive our new chipper, and we're preparing that program to open in May as soon as we can get the staffing as required. Moving to public education, we've been incredibly busy with this. We worked with the Ag Commission. We put on 2 sessions for the Ag Pass program. We provided that both in English and in Spanish, and we have been requested from Solano County to assist them with their Ag Pass program. And that again just extends our education to the public and our stakeholders. We participated at the Fire Resources Fair that I opened with, and thanks again to the grape growers and the vintners for their collaboration with that. These are just great examples of a really strong partnership. Thanks to Supervisor Cottrell and Pedroza for attending. It didn't go unnoticed. There's a couple photos here, as you see. We captured you.
Proof.
Okay, COAD, Fire Safe Councils. COAD had asked to learn a little bit more about what we are doing for fire preparedness and resiliency. So they were invited to a workshop at Lake Hennessy and with the Rector of Fire Safe Council, Culligan Sellers, excuse me. And they walked through the work that they are doing for fuels reduction and how that program works. And they received the first commercial compliance certificate for defensible space work. So they're doing a lot of great work in that area. We've started some engine days, is what we are titling it. It's a public education program in which we will take our engine companies into various areas, meet with our communities and our members, speak about defensible space and emergency preparations. And we have a few more that are going to be coming up in the future, and we're finding success with that program as well. Another amazing tour, there was a lot this winter, was the Cal Poly Educational Napa Valley Tour, and that was put on by the grape growers in Cal Poly for viticulture students. Schramsberg's Winery hosted the class, and Deputy Fire Marshal Jason Downs talked about fire resiliency and partnerships with Hugh Davies and the winery. Compliance certificate was also given to them for the great work that they've been doing. And then Eric Hernandez was invited to the California Society for Healthcare Engineering. This was an event that was talking about defensible space for hospitals and preparation. This event was hosted by the healthcare industry, and there was about 200 people in attendance, and they spoke about the issues that they had during the glass fire and some of the things that they did that provided protection to the hospital. And then we go into our Bright Futures program, which is reaching out to the youth. This is an 8th grade program that was hosted here in the Valley. And again, it was just an introduction to the fire service for our young population, and answered questions and showed them all the gadgets that we have on the fire engines, and also shared fire prevention messaging. We also did that out in the community of Poe Valley. Same thing, educating the youth on how to be fire safe and fire wise. And then lastly, this last weekend, we participated in the community health fair, which again is just another effort to meet with our public and have conversations and speak of preparedness and fire prevention efforts. Our Fire Marshal's office has been incredibly busy. We do have a new plans reviewer. He's doing a fantastic job. To date, we've reviewed 885 plans, and we've done 481 construction inspections. So that's just another indication that we're incredibly busy, and there's a lot of rebuild efforts that are going on throughout the community. And then lastly is the Acela mobile platform that we just implemented. This is going to increase our capabilities for our inspectors to go out and complete these inspections, document them via mobile instead of having to come back to the office, and then also completing the defensible space requirements for each one of the buildings. That is the end of this long presentation. I do have Chief Marcucci's update for CAL FIRE.
So good morning, and it's a good segue from what we've been doing this winter into what we're looking forward to for this coming fire season. A number of funding sources have allowed CAL FIRE through budget change proposals in the governor's office to match this year coming up what we've had in the past year, and we look forward to for this year coming up in the year following for our aircraft lineup. We'll have the 3 Type 1 helicopters again, one here at the Napa Airport, one at the Sonoma Schultz Airport in Santa Rosa, and one, our normal CAL FIRE helicopter at Boggs Mountain in Lake County. Those should hopefully come online towards the end of May. Everything I'm going to tell you here is really weather and fuels dependent, as we are really enjoying a green up right now, but that's, as we're starting to see, is going to dry out quickly. Our Sonoma Air Attack Base will also be coming online around the end of May for our normal 2 air tankers and our normal air attack platform that controls the airspace over our fires. And we still continue to enjoy McClellan Air Attack Base, which carries our large air tankers or our very large air tankers, depending on the need. And that's where we would get our fixed-wing aircraft from today if we had a need example. For our hand crews, we still are facing a significant reduction in our inmate population. What was 11 crews in the 6-county unit is down to 4 at our Department of Correction and Rehabilitation Centers at Delta and at Canocti. But we did achieve, again, our Hood Mountain Fire Center in Sonoma County with our firefighter hand crew, which will bring an additional 46 employees into the program based out of Los Guilacos in a reutilization of the former juvenile detention center there. We look forward to hopefully perming that crew up this fiscal year, if not next fiscal year, having that then as a year-round resource. And then finally, our fire engines. Starting yesterday, we hired back 75 firefighters to begin their rehire training to be able to staff 11 CAL FIRE engines starting next week on Monday. If the weather holds, we will hire another 10 engines on June 5th, although I am watching the grass seem to dry a little quicker, and so I don't know if we'll get to that date, which will bring us to 1 engine per station. Finally, in the middle of June, we will then go to our full 31 engines. What's that mean for Napa County? That means that there'll be an additional 8 engines and 24 personnel on duty 24/7 for fire season in concert with our 5 engines that we staff currently through Napa County Fire. Truly is the cooperative fire protection, as we're coming up on almost our 100th year of providing fire protection in the county through our contract and through CAL FIRE. We'll look to have those personnel ready to go. And then closing out our 6 bulldozers, one again at Gordon Valley for Napa County as well. In closing, like I said, we've kind of covered a great deal here, what we've been doing, what is happening, what we have to look forward to. We look to the board for questions, concerns, or any other direction for that end of report.
Thank you, Chief, and I appreciate you going ahead and asking my question, which was for the state funding, what would it be paid for from an aerial perspective? Supervisor Gregory and I had the opportunity to tour McClellan Air Attack a couple weeks ago, and it was truly phenomenal to see not just the current air resources available to us through the CAL FIRE Cooperative Agreement, but just knowing that Napa County has a large state responsibility area, and to see especially the C-130s that are coming over, and I know 2 of my colleagues are headed up there, and you'll enjoy it as well. Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, that was fascinating. I mean, for us to see those 2 big pieces of how you work, how you operate the AMU at McClellan, and then we also visited the training center in Ione, and just seeing how much you put into the training of your staff. So it was really impressed. I was impressed. So the Defensible Space Compliance Certificate, is it now, or will it evolve to be some benefit in terms of insurance coverage?
You know, it's very interesting. We've received several requests for either a letter back to the homeowner to state that we went out and we inspected and they were in compliance. And so kind of we think that's probably going to be a growing trend. So with that, we developed this certificate that says that they meet or exceed what the defensible space requirements are, so they can present that to the insurance companies if they ask for it.
Okay. I'd love to see that evolve into, some benefit to the homeowner.
Yes,
especially in the face of the new hazard maps, which could be construed as risk maps, but shouldn't necessarily be if properties within those areas have done the right thing.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and thank you, Supervisor Gregory, for raising the question about what some of the benefit that a resident could get out of getting that compliance certificate. So that's great to hear that may be a trend. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you both for the presentation. And, you talked about a lot of different activities. I know that you both met with me and residents in, my district multiple times, so I'm grateful for that. And I also appreciate, Chief Marcucci, your meeting with me and the volunteer fire chiefs in District 3, because I think that is really important too as we look at how we're all going to be working together for this fire season. So I had 2 questions. One, you mentioned the Volunteer Academy. You trained 25 volunteers. I'm wondering if you can talk about what stations they're affiliated with, whether there be a home station or what. And then kind of a separate piece when we're talking about all the work that has happened, and that map, again, just to call out what happened in 21-22 and what is planned for 23-24. I mean, that's a massive expansion too. So that is great to see how much upside is there. But my question, when you mentioned that we'll be moving to a more maintenance mode moving forward, which is a good thing. Can you talk a little bit about the funding challenges in doing maintenance versus brand new projects and how we start to think about how we build that into a budget and also look to landowners to be doing that work on an ongoing basis?
Sure. Okay. So let's address the academy. Unfortunately, I don't have the list of the stations, but each one of the members that are participating, they do have a home station in which it's within the community. It could be Deer Park or Angwin or Rutherford or Carneros, in which they are close to. And the academy is comprised of the entire group that makes up the Napa County Fire Department. And they're trained all at the same level. So those are the benefits of an academy. And the other interesting thing about our academy is that we partner with South Lake Fire to provide their academy for their volunteers as well. And that just builds in some depth and some camaraderie amongst the groups that, not only just within your own communities, but also over the borders, we're all going to work together, and that's how that program works. And then the other question.
So as far as the maintenance goes, it truly is, we've almost finished building the bridge, and now we need to make sure it stays painted, if you will. And that funding source, the county has gone out for 2 significant grants that will go for some resiliency work as well, because one of the ways we're looking at it is, and the county, I believe, is going that direction as well, this is an infrastructure protection issue. And so moving forward, not only for roadways and access for our community, but also for the defense of our economy, if you will, for that. So one of the things that we're partnering with NCFF, as well as the grant funding that is hopefully coming, and so far it's trending that direction, would be to use that for the maintenance of the fuel breaks and things along those lines. We're getting to a point now where there may be some lower costs potentially associated with, we may be able to do some prescribed burning, if you will. We've removed the brush, we've removed some of the trees. Now we're at a grass model potentially that's a little lighter, flashy fuels to be able to burn versus the brush, which is a little more intense burning fire. So we're looking for ways to do that as we build that plan out, and that's where we're going to partner with not only NCFF but also the local the vintners and such, to see what that looks like around their areas to build that plan moving forward. So it's almost a non-answer, but it's to be determined as we're looking to see what that looks like in the next few years. But I'm hoping that the work that we're looking to do in the scope of work will be less than it was to get to that point moving forward.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And yet, just thinking of other examples, I saw a presentation recently about Pepperwood Preserve and really this concept of the pre-treatment, that all the work, the front end work, then allows for prescribed burning, which I don't think is necessarily intuitive. So that's good to know that that's the phase where that becomes more of an option. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And just one thing to add too is in the planning for all the projects, the maintenance aspect has been planned and added to the list. So it's already the scope's been put out there. They're already part of the project list. So it's an ongoing thing, and that's how we design that project or that program. Excuse me.
Supervisor Pedrosa?
Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you both for what we're doing. It's incredible to be reminded of the totality of what we're doing. The question I have is, how do we engage with the insurance commissioner or the insurance industry to really showcase the value of what we're doing from a prevention and minimizing risk? Is that something CAL FIRE plays a role in, Chief?
It is, and it's one of the things when we did our fire hazard severity rollout for the SRA maps that went through all the 6 counties here in the area, there was a lot of questions about what's going to happen to my insurance. And so the insurance commissioner is engaged with not only the department but also the Office of the State Fire Marshal as well. And we've got some avenues and some folks that used to work for the agency that are now tied into the insurance companies, not even the local insurance companies, but the insurance companies that insure the insurance companies, which is really where the decisions get made. And the analogy has been, if you look at Florida in the 90s when Hurricane Andrew came through and pretty much the land was covered, it took the insurance companies at least a decade to recover from that, to come up with some type of metrics. We're about 8 years into this new fire era, and the insurance company is starting to come around to where you used to be no, and now it's we'll insure you, but the rates are high. We're hoping that we're starting to see that come down. CAL FIRE wants to partner in that to be able to provide the metrics of here is what we consider safe. The insurance company is also working on that, there's a path to yes in there somewhere. I think it's just going to take some time.
Got it. No, I appreciate that because that's the benefit of how it trickles down to someone that's just a homeowner in our community. And my concern is the cost of living. Insurance is part of that elevated cost of living. So thank you for that.
And I'll add one thing too, not to interrupt you, but we're also looking for those ways as well. And we've taken our certificate to CAL FIRE to see if there's any ways that can get improved, as well as things that the local fire department is doing to potentially lower those insurance rates.
Got it. And then on all the aerial support, one of the things, it's great that you all mentioned what we have. Can you do like a simulation of if there is a fire, how quickly all these air resources can respond? Because that's what the public wants to see, right? An ability to know that whether you're at the Napa Airport, Boggs, or all those other regions, how quickly can they get here? So I don't know if you could do that, if you've done it, and if you haven't, can you?
We can do that. We've got the aerial maps, which of course I don't have with me right this minute, but at another board meeting we'd be happy to do something along those lines that would show the air circles is what we call them, as far as what can get there when, if everything's static and on base at the time of a fire.
I think that would go a long way to addressing, kind of the fears that folks have, because you're right, it was a wet winter. Everyone's seeing the green. All that green turns brown. That means fuel load, and, the anxiety comes in. So I appreciate that. Thank you for giving Circle Oaks a shout out, Chief. They've been doing a tremendous job. But we also saw what happens when you have snow and what it does to some of our fire breaks and the need for sustainable funding to maintain these breaks. I'm not sure if you want to add something to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's kind of why we showed that video too. Everybody's familiar with all the dead and down that we had from that storm. And if you can imagine, we just completed a whole bunch of fuels resiliency projects. And now they're covered again with brush and down trees and what have you. So that's going to, we're going to have to redirect some of the efforts in order to clean that up. Circle Oaks, it's a small area that shows that there was an impact there too. And that community really engaged to go out and start cutting that brush up or those tree limbs up and getting them to an area in which we can either chip them or burn them. And that's really proactive. And so that's what we're faced with this year. So we're going to have some delays on what we can get done in our projects. We're going to have to redirect some of the funding in order to clean some of the stuff up. But again, it's on the radar. We're trying to plan that out, and we're still evaluating as we move forward and walk some of these projects we did to really get a good essence of what we'll be faced with.
Two final questions. On the chipping program, a lot of our ag companies have chippers, and sometimes their need for work is seasonal. Have we ever approached them about creating partnerships with them? Because if they have the resources, they know the land, they have the manpower, typically. And again, it's just an idea that came to me at this moment in time. So I haven't really thought it out, but I want to share it with you because it could be a strategic partnership.
It could be. I mean, we are starting, our partnerships and our relationships that we are building daily with our partners, our stakeholders, the vendors, the growers. It just really opens all those avenues. And if they came forward and said, hey, we have this available, how would we work that in?
I think it'd be better. Expecting them to come forward might be a little tough because it's new, but I think for you all, since you have those good working relationships, having a conversation with them of, look, they're vested in reducing fuel loads too. They're vested in clearing it up. Could there be something?
Sure.
Right? So just food for thought, because I think, again, underutilized asset, let's put it into use. Sure. And then lastly, because we all get asked about early detection and, nice toys and tools, I hope that we can come back at a board meeting and really talk about detection. There's 3 cameras that, from what we know, were funded privately that are up there. And the question I often get is, are we going to turn them on this year for monitoring? And we just need to answer that question so we don't keep getting asked that question. But it's up to you to determine how this tool can be valuable. If it is valuable, it's up to us to determine if we want to spend the money or if there's a private-public partnership. But I'm very interested in that because I don't want to keep being asked about it, and we need to have an answer.
Sure. I think there's a couple things too. I understand that we do have these 3 specialized cameras, but in that system, there's 21 Alert California cameras that we have direct access to that we utilize daily, really. They're up in our emergency command center. We have the ability, if we receive a phone call, the communication operator will then log into those cameras and turn those cameras to confirm or deny. And so we use those as a tool. And as far as the detection cameras, it's a tool that we can utilize. but they're not the only ones. We have these 21 other cameras that we utilize more frequently than anything. We have direct access to them. So that's really how those systems work. I think we mentioned it before that, there is new emergent technologies that are out there. And we're still trying, still being refined. We haven't found the silver bullet on any of this. And, it's a process of evaluating the effectiveness. It really is.
And I think I would support doing an RFP at the right time to figure out what the right tool is, if you all think we need a tool, right? I just think we have folks that are concerned, and their concern is coming from what's happened to us in the past. And when they hear there's cameras that are not being used, we need an answer of why we're going to use them or why we're not going to use them, right? And to me, as someone that was impacted in 2017 in my district quite a bit, there's a lot of anxiety around it, right? If you lost your home or you lost life, every tool matters. And that's all I just want to be able to have a conversation with my colleagues and the public around what you all think from your professional opinion. And we've done this dance before when we were talking about, air support, and we said, what do you all believe is the right air support? And we had your back on that, right? So I just hope we can have that conversation. I don't think we need to have it now. It's not agendized, but at the right time, would like to have that conversation.
Sure.
What I'd like to add on that, and maybe perhaps mold it for the board's consideration further, as direction here, is when we look at the work that we've done in the CWPP, we look at the aerial assets that are going to be funded by CAL FIRE now for a defined period of time. As we look forward to the maintenance of the CWPP and the individual homeowner work that's happening, we need to have a serious conversation of what more can we do that's feasible to minimize risk, with a lens towards insurance, because at the end of the day, that's really what is going to impact who is willing to live in the wildland interface areas, what type of response we're able to have, and what we're going to project out forward, and to marry that with our standards of coverage discussion. So I would really like to see that detection come in as part of what does it actually get us from a risk mitigation standpoint, with the lens of insurance. I think from a firefighting standpoint, we have definitely bolstered our efforts, and not just with hand crews, but boots on the ground, aerial assets, engines, from actually positioning and having a longer duration to having red flag stand-ups and standbys, I can't think of something else more that we can do unless we're looking at it through a very specific object of risk mitigation and insurance benefits. So I would certainly be in favor of bringing that back forward and having detection be part of that. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, and I think it's great to hear from everyone on the board weighing in on these issues, and so for bringing these items up. I wanted to just chime in on the aerial coverage maps, because I know seeing those really helped me understand what's available for the county, and that we actually are quite well positioned given where these aircraft can be coming from. And of course, that is contingent on that aircraft being there to be able to come to us and not on its way to Bakersfield or something. But yeah, I think that would be great, to Supervisor Pedrosa's point, to be able to look at that map as a group. And then second, I just wanted to touch on the fire hazard maps a little bit, and because I think one of the opportunities we have here is to give you direction or let you know some of the issues that we're facing. And at the CSAC conference last week, we had the state fire marshal there who walked us through the new maps and was making the point that my colleagues are raising here too, that these maps are about hazard, not risk. But also the understanding that it's concerning if we feel like the insurance industry is using them as some sort of proxy. And so one of the things that I was pushing back was saying, please help us get the message out that all the work that we're doing is actually mitigating the risk. And so how do we need some kind of documentation or narrative right next to that fire hazard map to say, this is different than what a particular county is doing. So anything that you can help us with that, I think would be helpful.
I'll take it real quick. So the very first thing in regards to when we look at risk mitigation and how to show that we are doing something is actually our CWPP. Because the CWPP, it can be from the community base. There are small CWPPs, but we do have a countywide CWPP that we are executing now. And the progression with that CWPP is what we need to relay to the insurance companies if you have those conversations. And again, when we look at risk versus hazard, our number one defense, or the way that we can reduce risk in the wildland urban interface environment, is reducing our fuels. And we're doing that through the defensible space, the chipper programs, the ridge lines that we're treating, going back through and doing the maintenance. That reduces that risk or those impacts to those communities and increases the survivability of an event, if you will. So that's the first key, is our CWPP, and how much we've done to support that program.
Right, I understand that, and I think the point that I'm trying to make is that we need to help CAL FIRE, make it clear that we're doing all this work, and so.
So that's where it's CSAC with Chief Berlant in his conversations, and that's the conversation we're having with the insurance commissioner. If we find out that anybody in our community has lost their insurance due to these maps, because it was stated, and we have to go with what we're told, is that one does not affect the other, and that I believe the insurance company has had this data for years before CAL FIRE's caught up to it, because its legislature demanded that, the legislature says we'll put these maps out every so often, and so these aren't something that we're waiting to do. I think the insurance companies had this information, so I would ask that anybody on the board, if you have heard this, please let us know, and we'll funnel that up to Chief Berlant so he can go across the hall, if you will, and have those conversations. So far, we haven't had any of that, and to Chief Martin's point, to keep reducing that risk internally, we can document that, especially with the certificate program, and that's one of the things that we're trying to push as high as we can to get as much acceptance as we can, and I think that's going to be something that's just going to take some time, but I think partnering with the board, CAL FIRE, and the county fire department, that we can probably make a dent in that, is what I would hope.
That's great, thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher?
I just wanted to discuss a little bit community outreach and education and conversation in the community. So I think to Supervisor Cottrell and others of my colleagues around the fire hazard maps, helping people to really understand that difference between hazard and risk, I think there's still a lot of confusion. And, while we can do all of this work sort of at a certain level with insurance companies and CAL FIRE, et cetera, there are still going to be these conversations between residents and their insurance companies. And the more that I think our residents understand how the maps work and what the definitions are, the better. So whatever we can do to continue to educate people, I think, we can't over communicate with the public around all of this. Having town halls or meetings with neighborhoods or through FireWise, but I think there probably needs to be a, kind of a plan, a concerted effort to communicate and then over communicate. And I think also I was wondering the best ways to assure that there is uptake of the funding that's available for defensible space, and also your Reflect to Protect program, and just are there ways that we can be helping to make sure that all of these things are communicated to the public? Are there additional things that we could be doing to make sure that people feel they are communicated to in a variety of different ways so that they don't miss the message?
I'll start, and I think Chief Martin can answer probably the financial pieces of it. It was interesting when we were only allowed the one meeting per county, which I felt kind of tied our hands a little bit, especially in everything you're talking about. So I'm absolutely sympathetic to everything you're saying, and I would agree with you wholeheartedly that we probably need to do some additional outreach, either by district, if the supervisors each host one, similar to what Supervisor Gregory's hosting with the roads, and such. We could absolutely do that. The beauty of the cooperative fire agreement between CAL FIRE and the county is that you get both sides at one meeting of CAL FIRE and the county fire Fire Department. We can absolutely talk about those things. The one concern that is going to, has resonated, and I did 6 of these meetings, 7 if you count the trip to Marin I had to make, it's insurance, insurance, insurance. Insurance all day long, every day. And so I think there was an understanding, but I don't know how we're going to overcome the insurance fear other than your insurance hasn't been canceled because of these maps. I think that's a time. But I think we have missed, as an agency, CAL FIRE has missed, doing the public outreach, and we want to remedy that. So we're happy to partner with any of the supervisors that want to have those types of meetings, because if it's one in the 1st district, somebody from the 5th district may show up and have that meeting. It's not going to be district concentric. So we can absolutely have those meetings and prepare in partnership. It's almost like a little bit of a fair, if you will, like we just did, and we can educate as we move forward. We'll happily partner with you on that.
Yeah, and as far as the public education for like defensible space and what have you, we are leveraging, we have 18 fire safe councils, which gives us, a pretty broad spectrum, if you will, that there's folks that are relaying the information, and we're doing our best in order to share that information so that they can disseminate that out to their neighbors, their friends, etc. And of course the postings that we put up on our website, and trying to really broadcast that there's help out there. There's programs that we've instituted and stood up, and that they're directly available to you. It's the same thing we're trying to do for the CHIPPR program, the consulting, etc. All those things kind of all go together. And then attending, obviously, each one of the public fairs or events that are out there pertaining to preparedness. We really are trying to market this the best that we can.
Mm-hmm. I liked the video that you had. I mean, that was just a super simple video, but if we are doing like a series of those and we're posting those across different platforms and agencies, I think that you might get a lot of views that way. I mean, sometimes it's hard. People don't all go to fairs, and people don't,
Right.
those kinds of things. But just being able to click and go, oh, that's what that looks like, or oh, that's how I might be able to get money for that, or, those kinds of things. I mean,
Agreed.
unfortunately, like, we have to be doing a whole lot to get people's attention, but
Yes.
there are tools, so. But thanks for all the work.
Thank you so much. This was a lot of information, great updates. It certainly shows the partnership that we have with CAL FIRE, and we appreciate those efforts. It seems like you have an open invitation to come back to us for more, and so we look forward to the next time. Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to call item 14A, and this is the... I'll give you 5 minutes and 5 minutes. How about that? I'll give it, we will be calling 14A next. We will take a short 5-minute break. Then after that, we will call 11B, the reentry facility item, because I know we have a tremendous amount of staff here on that item. And then at that point, we will take the roads and streets standards item of 11D, but we do have an expectation to be going into closed session around lunchtime. So item 14A, Interim County Executive Officer on behalf of the Legislative Subcommittee requests the Board of Supervisors oppose AB 742 by Assemblymember Jackson, and with us is our Deputy CEO for Communications and Policy.
Good morning, Chair Ramos and members of the board. Existing law 742 authorizes a peace officer to use reasonable force to effect the arrest, to prevent escape, or to overcome resistance of an individual, including the use of trained canines. An existing law requires that law enforcement agencies maintain a policy on use of such force. This bill that has been introduced in the Assembly would prohibit the use of an unleashed police canine by law enforcement to apprehend a person and any use of a police canine for crowd control. The Legislative Subcommittee considered this legislation at its April 10th meeting and is requesting that the board consider opposing AB 742. I am accompanied this morning by Under Sheriff Cullen Dodd, who is here to share a little bit more information about how canines are currently used by the Sheriff's Department, the potential ramifications of this bill if it were to pass, and also to request your opposition for this bill.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Thanks for the time. We appreciate it. I'm going to stick to the Sheriff's original comments, and we believe that the narrative in the bill is in contrast to the reality of our best practices here in Napa County. Getting rid of the ability for our canines to apprehend suspects would incredibly handicap us in apprehension in a safe manner. They would risk an elevated confrontation. They would take away our ability to de-escalate situations. In 2022, we had 77 apprehensions by our canines, but only 9 of those were a result of a bite apprehension, so around 10%. And the key thing about this is 100% of those 9 people that were apprehended by bite chose not to surrender. They were all given multiple verbal warnings prior to being apprehended by the canine. And the level or the severity of the crime associated to that apprehension is it goes along with the way our policy is written for violent felonies. We would much rather deal with a dog bite than a shooting, which is something that the sheriff talked about. But let's talk about our training. Right? An initial canine gets about 6 weeks of training before they're put on the street. They have to get certified. There's a continuing 16 hours of training every month, and not every dog makes it. These dogs have to be able to socialize with families, children, at schools, community events. They are not just released without warning, as I said, and they are an extreme force multiplier, not only to the deputies, but to the safety of our community by having a dog that is capable of doing something that we can't do, like smell somebody hidden in an outhouse somewhere. So we would ask for your support in opposing AB 742.
Thank you so much, Under Sheriff. Also, one of our former canine handlers.
Correct.
Your canine's name was
Whiskey.
Whiskey. That was escaping me. Thank you so much, Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, there was a motion, and I'll second it, and just say that Supervisor Cottrell and I, we dug a little deeper into this at Ledge Committee, and the one thing I remember clearly is a dog bite is scary and painful, but lethal force is way worse, and that really struck with me and stuck with me. So that's a second.
Supervisor Gallagher.
I want to make some comments on this. I think there's a long there is a long way between a bite and a shot. To say that you get bitten or you get shot, that I don't think that that's what you're saying, Deputy. That's okay. You don't have to comment. I'm just saying I don't think that what you're saying is you either attacked by a dog or you get shot. I mean, we have tasers. We have, I know that we use other tools. So this is a tool in the toolbox, if you will. I do want to say that my father, a lifelong police officer, has had a best friend who was a colleague who was actually saved by his canine police dog. That dog lost his life, and the officer did not, because that dog happened to be there in a defensive position. So I very well understand that protecting police officers is incredibly important. And there are many, many ways that we use police canines that are important to what we do, such as tracking narcotics and investigations and whatnot. Really important things to do. What I find in this bill that I think is important is the issue of unleashed dogs being used for crowd control in demonstrations and protests. And I think that that is something worth exploring. I think that if we use best practices in our county, that we should be helping the rest of the state to use best practices as well. And I don't think it necessarily sends a great message to say we are just going to out and out oppose the bill, because I think there is a piece of it that's important. And I'd rather see us work on it and have those conversations and have the conversations with the author as the bill moves through, rather than just out and out oppose it. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful to hear from Under Sheriff Dodd, the particulars of the best practices. I have had the opportunity many times to see our canine training, how it is done. and to celebrate their successes, to celebrate the love that they have going into not just into our community, but into the homes that they reside with, but specifically to the crowd control. If you could please address how the canines are utilized specifically in Napa County, and how your team with the trainer that we have contracted communicate that to other agencies as well.
Absolutely. And I think there is an issue nationally maybe with this, but in California, best practice, and especially anybody that uses our same policy generator, which is majority of the organizations within California, and I'll read from our policy 428 First Amendment Assemblies, 428.3 Section D, the use of canine teams are prohibited during crowd control. In my tenure here with the Sheriff's Department, it has never been allowed. We have a mobile field force team that is trained to handle a protest that goes unruly, and dogs are not allowed.
And I think that's absolutely to my point, which is we are doing best practice. However, this is a statewide bill, and there obviously are problems throughout the state, or I don't believe this would be in the bill. So I think for me, I would just rather see us work to help those in other jurisdictions do it like us, because we are doing it right. And I don't know that sending an opposition, and I'm not saying send to support, but just, you know, sending a message of opposition basically says that we do think it's okay to use dogs for crowd control. And I appreciate absolutely that we aren't doing that, and that there are many jurisdictions who aren't, but there are jurisdictions that do. And I think it's great to say, you know, we feel comfortable in our community going out to a civic gathering and you know, operating from our rights to assemble and rights to free speech. But if I go to another jurisdiction in California and I am protesting something and they don't have that rule, I'm going to feel pretty unsafe, and I just don't like the message it sends. But I absolutely appreciate what we're doing locally, and I'm actually I knew that to be true, but I didn't know it was actually in the policy. So I want to say thank you that is incredibly important to our community.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. And yeah, to Supervisor Gregory's point, we at the Legislative Subcommittee talked about many parts of this bill, and one of the pieces that Sheriff Ortiz had brought forward was that that's not how canines are not used for crowd control in Napa County, and that was an important piece of his position. And I think Supervisor Gallagher, you raised a good point in being able to call out that distinction. So I mean, one idea is if we are supportive of a letter of opposition in which we can make the point that, you know, here's our policy within this county, and just what you're saying about best practices. I mean, I think we can be specific in what we're supporting, what we're opposing here, and what we're not taking a position on, or what we're supporting.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to suggest is I'm still prepared to support a position of opposition on this bill, but it's okay to add some constructive feedback to the bill author that here's the piece that we do like, and by the way, we don't do it here. We think that should be the standard statewide, something like that. We can still oppose it and state what our value is there.
I personally would be supportive of that. I do think it is important for us to be able to maintain the integrity of our canine program, and certainly if we don't uplift our canine program, doing it best with our best practices, it's going to make it difficult to make change statewide. Supervisor Pedroza.
Same thing. I would support the opposition with amendments as outlined by Supervisor Gallagher. So that would be my motion.
Amendment to your motion. I'll second the amendment.
So what I'll, before I take public comment on this, I'm going to ask this, as a reminder, this is a legislative item that requires a 5-0 vote from the board as it is outside of the parameters of our legislative platform. At this time, I'll open public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Any further comments, Undersheriff?
Just one, Chair. We being California State Sheriff's Association, attempted to speak with the author with that amendment, and we did not gain any ground.
We'll help a little bit.
I just wanted to ask a question. So when we oppose something but offer amendments, if you will, or comments, I'm just wondering how much weight that carries as opposed to saying we're not taking a position at this time, but we're offering these amendments or comments.
What I will offer, Supervisor Pedroza and myself, we have a lot of experience on the legislative side with ABAG MTC. When you state a position and then seek changes, it is a much stronger position, and it actually opens the door because it's a conditional criticism or a conditional support, and you start getting the calls, what do you want to see? I think certainly the fact that they have already tried to use their trade organization to be able to further this certainly was not the right path, but coming from this body, I think would mean a lot to say we are going to oppose, and specifically we are supportive of one segment. Staff can certainly work towards a letter that includes our best practices, and we can decide how we go further into pushing this. But I think for understanding the legacy of our canine program here in Napa County, and really how we do elevate this standards. I mean, we have top dogs, not just because I love them dearly and they all seem to look like my dog, but they are incredible canines that we have here, and our officers do work well. You know, we have worked through the issue of canines that have failed out of the program. We take it very seriously, and I think that deserves being highlighted and being used as a platform to launch this. So I would be supportive of the oppose with a specific call out to we are supportive of not using canines for crowd control. So we have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, a second by Supervisor Gregory with amendments to take a position to oppose AB 742 with a letter specifying that we are supportive of not using canines for crowd control. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. You are now granted 7 minutes break. We'll be back for the reentry facility item. I cannot promise that I will get to the roads and street standards before our
Recording
lunch break.
stopped.
I'm so sorry.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We're now back from recess. At this time, we will call item 11B, the interim county executive officer requests the board receive a presentation for operating the reentry facility and discuss next steps.
Thank you. I'd like to invite several members of our reentry facility team up to the dais in order to allow them to begin the presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Sanchez. I'm an analyst in the CEO's office. I'm going to let our subject matter experts here introduce themselves, and then we'll dive right in.
Dinah Jose, Director of Corrections.
Good morning, Chair Ramos, members of the board. I'm Amanda Gibbs, Chief Probation Officer.
Thank you. So I'm going to do a very brief introduction to the topic, and then our department heads are going to be going in really in depth on this matter. So to begin with, the reentry facility, a name that you're going to hear of quite a bit throughout this presentation is the State Board of Community Corrections, the BSCC, and they funded the majority of the construction of the reentry facility through lease revenue bonds. And that's also another important point that'll come up shortly. The way it was funded, the facility was completed in 2019 and to date has never been used for its intended purposes. State laws and demographics have changed quite a bit in that time, particularly state laws, and that's significantly cut the number of eligible people who could be a good fit for the reentry facility. To date, our estimates are that there are only 10 to 16 inmates who could be eligible for the 72-bed facility at the moment. And the facility has in the recent past, since it's been constructed, been used temporarily for certain approved uses such as COVID isolation and quarantine, fire evacuation, and it has been used as a winter homeless shelter. Unfortunately, the BSCC has indicated that they're not going to be allowing any more alternative uses for this facility, which brings us to the point we are at now. Staff expects that that operating the reentry facility will cost $5.25 million annually, but there's also going to be startup costs of approximately $1.25 million, and those are things like fencing and other items to really secure the facility because it is a detention facility, and other issues, other items such as transport vans. The reentry facility is currently vacant. So I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you, Daniel. Chair Ramos, members of the board. So a little bit of history on this site and what was developed. It was presented as a level 4 facility, meaning a detention facility that requires to have secure perimeter, internal and external security coverages, placement for sales and or housing areas. It's also a facility that is designed to be for programming and educational purposes. Under Penal Code Section 1208, it operates as a work, furlough, and educational program for offenders that are sentenced within the county to serve out their county time. It also allows for additional time credits beyond what is given in court upon sentencing whenever someone is sentenced. And you'll see later, we refer to those as milestone credits, meaning if they perform certain acts of work and or education, they could have additional time taken off of their sentence. And those fall under Penal Code Section 4018, which takes off an additional 3 days off of a sentence, or 4019 of the Penal Code, which are the milestone educational work furlough credits that can be removed off of any sentence. And then the program design was designed jointly to be operated by your corrections and probation departments. Okay, hopefully I have better luck with this. Which one? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, this is, oh wait, it did work. Okay, so under the SB 1022 proposal designated to provide a transitional step for Napa County inmates back into their, okay,
Just once.
back into the community. Is there like a delay? Okay, that would be great. Then the intention was to help manage the jail population, improve the likelihood of success while back out in the community, evidence-based programming meant to be individualized for each independent offender, and then allow residents to leave the facility for employment, educational, or program reasons. Next. The planned facility contains 72 beds. It's a 21,000 square foot facility. The program building includes classroom space, a computer lab, job room, support space includes kitchen and counseling rooms, and then office areas for the staff assigned there. By design, it has 4 dorms, which has sleeping bays, living rooms, and then day room space. Each dorm has its own laundry room in each dorm because it was intended that the participants assigned there would do their own laundry, and then there's clearly restrooms and showers in each one. Next, please. The next slide is just an overview of the program building at the facility. Next, and then the following is the dorm setup. And when you look at the dorm setup, and this will become relevant later in the presentation, the box to the furthest right was designed to be for female offenders. The other 3 dorms are all male, but there is no clear separation between the male and female dorms. And operationally, the idea was that they could come and go into the dorms just kind of on their own, but there's no barrier to separate the 2. Next. Next. The next slide is just an overview of the site, and the reentry facility is on the right-hand side of the slide, and then the replacement jail that we are under construction currently sits right next to that. Next. Just kind of going into the roles and responsibilities for each partner, corrections and probation. Corrections is obviously to provide safety and security 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We apply the milestone, i.e. work credits, education credits, still run the alternative sentencing programs that we have, which would be our Chipper and our Caltrans, and Chipper has come up earlier in the earlier presentation. And prior to COVID, we were sending out work crews even from our jail to assist fire with the Chipper program. So if hopefully as the population increases, we'll be able to get back to that program and support them in that way. And then our staff also does the pre-classification of the program participants, and pre-classification just means that each participant is interviewed to determine their custodial needs, mentally, physically, and then just kind of where they are in the process to make sure they're a good fit for the facility. And then obviously to coordinate with probation and manage the program participant schedule. I'm gonna take that, Amanda.
Yep. The role of probation in this program is to manage the rehabilitative programs and resource linkages to those inmates in the reentry facility who will be released back into the community, to provide the soft handoff back into the community, as well as intentional and targeted services that are designed to increase confidence and resilience in the inmates as they leave the custody setting. We also will be completing risk and needs assessments that will assist in determining each individual's unique traits and target the areas necessary to increase their chance at being positive contributing members of our society, and work with them through case management to achieve those goals, and to partner with corrections to do a secondary look at the eligibility for this program.
The original timeline for the project construction started in May 2017. It was completed in October 2018. We had an anticipated move-in date of November 2018, and anticipated start date with occupying and running the facility was to be in December 2018. Next. However, there were several challenges that delayed our opening. There were unexpected site conditions. The contractor abandoned the project while it was maybe 95% at completion. The county had to then bring in a third-party vendor to help resolve those issues and those that were specific to contractual obligations related to the contractor. Midway through hiring was halted, and then in 2020, the COVID pandemic hit. And for that setting, since no one knew what that would bring between corrections and county health, it was determined we didn't think that would be the correct environment to house folks in there. We have asked and sought from BSCC to use the facility for alternate uses of the facility. In 2020, we used it for fire evacuation and isolation and quarantine, but not isolation and quarantine for our inmates, but for community members who maybe had an outbreak in their home. So the people in the home were confined to the home, and then the folks that were not infected by COVID-19 were housed in the facility. In 2021, we again used it for isolation and quarantine for the same reasons. And then in 2022, we sought approval to use it as our winter shelter. And BSCC noted at that time that would be the last time that they would grant us a repurposing authorization to use the facility. Next, you want to take that one?
In looking at the current state of the eligible participants for the reentry facility, it's important to look at what's changed in the criminal justice landscape over the past 10 years. The reentry facility concept was initiated around approximately 2013, so we are 10 years later now looking at what happened with this population. And in the past several years, there has been significant statewide criminal justice reform, which has impacted the jail population since the SB 1022 application was submitted, which was for the reentry facility. And that is when the assumptions were made about the program design. So currently, legislation in the last few years has shortened and reduced sentences for lower risk inmates, which is actually a very positive thing because evidence-based practices tells us that we really want to provide a lower level of service to our lower risk inmates and have them in our community as much as possible. And in just the 2020-2021 legislative session alone, there continued to be enactment of broad changes to the California sentencing laws. Virtually all changes are designed to increase the court's discretion to impose shorter custody terms, and in some instances, directs the court's discretion to impose a lesser sentence. We also note that the jail population has changed over time, which we'll go into detail in future slides, around our level of pre-sentenced offenders, noting that the reentry facility is only for sentenced offenders, and the classification seeing an increase in mental health and increase of severity of behavior.
The staffing for the reentry facility originally for corrections was asked to have 15 allocated positions. However, in a new study we looked at, we figured 14 allocated positions. That would be 1 correctional lieutenant to run the program, to be our manager, 1 sergeant for correctional corporals, and 8 correctional officers. The 15th position is going to be absorbed by probation, and that was an office assistant position. So probation is originally was 4 allocated positions. Now they're asking for 5 allocated positions. 1 supervising probation officer, 1 senior probation officer, 2 probation officer 2s, and then the additional data analysts required to capture a lot of this information that we need. Further assumptions that were made in the Senate Bill 2022 application and current data are that they felt there were 792 releases released under Penal Code 4024, which i.e. kind of looks at lack of space. And for clarity, Penal Code 4024 allows the director of the jail to release any person incarcerated up to 30 additional days early off the sentence. So that just means that back then they felt like they needed to create room in the jail. They would release folks earlier, up to 30 days off their sentence. When we looked at our data, we went back as far as 2017 and had ITS pull data for us. And each year, that the figure shows the total people that we released out of our jail, all the way down to last year, 2022, where we were down to 177. That's significantly lower because obviously you use other means within your jail to house and classify your folks within the facility other than give them a release out of custody. Another assumption was the percent of sentenced inmates reported in the jail was 47%. In actuality, when we run our numbers, it's 29%, and we will go anywhere from 29 to maybe 35%. That number will fluctuate on the low on who's sentenced as high as 35% in our custody. And then the average daily population back then was 249. I used the first 3 months of this year because I am seeing that the count is trending back up, and it has averaged at 250 inmates that we are currently having inside of our jail right now. The next slide just demonstrates another where we collected the data to show that our pre-sentence population from mid-2015 to the end of 2022 was approximately 70% of the population is pre-sentenced. Would you do that one?
So in looking at the continuation of the assumptions from the SB 1022 application then and now, one assumption, this slide talks about the population growth due to realignment. Realignment was Assembly Bill 109 that was enacted in 2011. And prior to that, the county had commissioned a company, Carter Goebel Lee, to come and conduct a series of assessments on the correctional population. In 2011, the state did implement AB 109, which realigned a population formerly housed and supervised by the state to the local county system. The assumption at the time was that realignment would result in significant inmate population growth. After a number of years of successfully implementing realignment in Napa County, it did not result in the significant increase in jail population or significant increase in lengthy sentences on average in Napa. There are a variety of reasons for this, including the commitment from the court to provide for split sentences, where there's a local prison term is split into part custody and part supervision, which has, again, shortened those lengths of local prison time. And just to enumerate this point, on March 13th of 2023, there were only 8 PC 1170 or realigned sentenced inmates in our jail. The assumption was there would be many more than that. Also an assumption at the time of the application, there were 80 offenders in jail eligible for reentry. And today, there are, we have 81 sentenced offenders, but not all of them qualify for the program. We've determined over a slew of many years from about 2016 to 2022 that about 15 to 20% of the sentenced inmates will qualify for this program. And there's a number of reasons for why they may not qualify. Some of them are a little more confusing than others, but there is a difference between a person in the jail. One person may have several events that they're in custody for. Because this is a level 4 facility, the person has to have all fully sentenced events. So if they have one pre-sentence event and one sentenced event, that person is not eligible for the reentry facility until all of those cases are sentenced. On the next slide, again, the reentry facility has 72 beds for lower level offenders. And again, today, approximately 15 to 20% of our sentenced inmates qualify, but they may not all be appropriate. We we'll have kitchen and laundry challenges potentially, and we also have alternatives to custody for inmates who may be eligible to be released into our community under appropriate and safe supervision. We also took a look at the demographics and the assumption around the population growth in Napa County. At the time of the SB 1022 application, it was determined that since 2006, Napa County's population had grown from 133,500 to 139,000, rather than the 141,700 projected by Carter Goebel Lee companies. That was a 4% rather than a 6% growth rate. While there's still growth, the smaller growth percentage was used to calculate the need for only 72 beds in the reentry facility, and it could have been higher had that growth been seen. According to the United States Census Bureau, Napa County's population in 2021 was 136,207, down from the 138,019 population in 2022, and that remains lower than the first projection from Carter Goble Lee of 141,700.
Beef, on this slide, it shows the types of releases that the jail will send an inmate from out of custody, bail, court-ordered releases, or felony or transferred to other agencies, meaning another detention facility, whether it's within the state or extradited to another state. The time served, meaning they serve the full sentence that the court handed down. Cite release, misdemeanor charges, and it could be cited within our county, or if the hold is from another county, we will also cite for that jurisdiction. And the next thing is no complaint filed by the DA. And Penal Code 4018, again, is taking an additional 3 days off of the sentence. And then 4024, which is the ability to take off an additional 30 days off the sentence. And the last two are the two that are at the discretion of the director. The next slide, this slide demonstrates the kind of release that occurs within our custody, and it shows the percent. Our jail releases more people on a site release than any other type release that we have, mechanism in our, and that's again due to the types of charges that are in our jail. We don't control that; it's in the law. If the offense meets the mechanism for site releases, we are to release them. So we do a large number of site releases. Many of those folks are not only within our county, but they're also here because they're here on another hold from another jurisdiction. They end up here, they have warrants located out of someplace else, so we cite them back on behalf of that county back to that jurisdiction. But that is the largest release mechanism that we use within our county jail. Again, the numbers kind of bear out again on the next slide. There is the next slide. This will demonstrate to you non-sentenced males, non-sentenced females, sentenced males, and then sentenced females. We have, obviously the blue line represents the largest populations, which are non-sentenced males in our custody. We picked last year, I picked 2022, the last complete year, but this data bears out over time. It's very, very similar and consistent. It would have just been too much data put in one slide or present all those slides. It's too small, I can't read my numbers. However, that's what this, and it ebbs and it flows. But it goes up and it'll drop down. Like I said, the first 3 months of this year, we are trending and ticking upward. And right there, I'll put a pin and say that during the pandemic, the county was operating under an emergency bail schedule, which was implemented by the superior courts up and down the state. And what that did, again, it gave courts an opportunity to release other felony folks booked into our jail. So we are no longer doing that. The court has rescinded that order as of February 10th of this year. And it has impacted our count, and we knew that it would. And so that is bearing out the first 3 months of this year. But this slide, you can see from this slide, it shows what the percentages and what the numbers are of who remains in custody or who gets released from custody. Let's see here.
So I do see the next few slides are kind of snapshots as we go through.
It's a one-day snapshot of who was actually in our custody. So we picked Wednesday the 12th, and that day it was 83 people sentenced. And as Chief Gibbs said, not all 83 folks are eligible to go, so you have to break it down and find out why. And this just, when you go through that number of 83, by the time you're done with that, there were 5 people that could seriously be considered to go through our, to go down to the facility. So I
So
would
if
just,
if I could move us over towards slide 27, when we look at the reentry now, and so we can get to kind of, I think the team here has definitely showed us, we projected that we would have 72, and we've got 5 on any given day.
Absolutely.
So if we could get to slide 27 on the reentry now and program, and then look forward towards really just getting the question before the board of what's before us and what we need to, what decisions we need to, what direction we need to be given today.
so reentry now, we require that they're fully sentenced. Originally, it was partially sentenced were considered. Approval by NCDC classification and probation staff will do a risk assessment. Obviously, no serious or violent individuals down there at the facility, and we are looking to have them at least be able to do 60 days of in custody to get the programming hours that probation needs to provide for them. Amanda, I'll give that one to you.
And for the programming component, sort of similar to the original concept, but evidence-based individual programming would be provided in what we call dosage hours, which is the unit of service that targets a criminogenic need during evidence-based interventions. So those things that science has said prove that we can reduce recidivism. But in order to do that, a moderate risk inmate needs approximately 200 to 250 hours, and a high-risk person needs 200 to 300 hours to reduce recidivism, which is a significant period of time, which is why we need a little bit of time in the reentry facility to program folks in there. We'll also complete individualized case plans and service plans for each participant in the program. And based on the individual factors, the inmates might be able to leave the facility for employment and or educational purposes. The next slide is around our needs and challenges. So I'm not going to read all of those to you, but as Director Jose said in the beginning, the housing of genders based on the types of offenses that we have in our jails, sex offenses, domestic violence, those types of things, violations of restraining orders, we need to be cognizant of that. And then another significant thing that we'll draw your attention to is medical care within the facility, that they will need to be provided medical care like we do with all of our other custody facilities in Napa County, and do a really great job with that. But they will not have access to outside medical care. Again, I think we covered the current facility budget, but just to highlight that, the annual cost, and these are approximations based on what we know today, the annual cost would be $5.25 million with an initial startup cost of $1.25 million.
Alternate use challenges. The State Public Works Board issued lease revenue bonds in 2020, including proceeds totaling $11 million for Napa County. The county is a lessor for bonds that mature in 2034 and are callable in 2030. The county was authorized and submitted documentation to receive its additional $2.5 million reimbursement this year, but not received. Is that still accurate? Not received. The county has put in independent asks of the state to repurpose the facility used for another state county priority use, uses for state homeless funding to repay BSCC, allow the county to refund proceeds / repay lease obligation of $11 million, allow the county to provide monies in trust through the call date, or transfer the $11 million in reentry facility project funds to $22 million state pledge for replacement jail, cutting the state's future obligation in half, and then open, obviously, to other options. You can take that one, Amanda.
And the next slide for alternative use options. And this is if alternative uses become available for this facility. We believe that this goal is still credible, and we wish to incorporate the same principles of providing intensive reentry services to those in our community, and looking to broaden who we can provide those services to. The question isn't about whether we should do this, it's how we should do this. And it's also, again, if this alternative is available. We in Napa County believe in working together and leveraging resources and making sure that we're providing the highest level of service to our community. And we would love to combine the best of our county services in one location to support the needs of many. We believe that we can accomplish this goal both with our in-custody inmates in the new jail, as that provides for additional programming space that we can go into the jail and provide these services when the new jail is built. And also with an out-of-custody reentry one-stop shop service model where we can integrate many services. We know we have a need for housing and homeless. We have the dorms that are there, kitchen facilities. We also know that our county is in need of residential treatment, a new location for residential treatment services. So those would be some ideas about alternate uses of this facility. And with that, we'll entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and really do appreciate the history of the reentry facility, which began before all of our times. Some of us went through the building process and all those woes with bonding, and so it's a great opportunity to bring our colleagues up to speed on what the history has been. I will start off as I did ask for this item to come. I, for one, have trouble justifying a cost per person of over $800,000, $812,500 for only 8 eligible people, given the tremendous need that we have, whether it be from housing and homeless services, from rehabilitative alcohol and drug services. I see, we know that the work the counties do are for our most vulnerable. We are the safety net, but at the end of the day, we only have so much money. I am confident that with our new correctional facility, the space in our correctional facility that will provide also for mental health care beds that were added on, that we will be able to enhance our programming to be cognitive based and to be able to serve those 8 with the changes that have happened in the criminal justice system, specifically with sentencing. I will, for one, say I want to explore other options, which include us paying back the bonds. For us to determine, I think it is far better for the county to be in a position to pay off the debt owed to BSCC, to determine the fate of this building, whether it becomes one need one day and a few years down the road it needs to be something else. We do know that facilities are something we desperately need, especially to serve our most vulnerable. So I, for one, I thank everyone for the work, but I do believe that there's a day that we bring an end to what we had hoped the reentry facility would be, and for me, that day is today. Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, thank you very much. I love when we've talked about this offline, your eyes light up when you consider what we could be doing in this building. Real transformational stuff. And I too agree that I can't justify the cost for a very limited number of recipients. I want to see you in there doing the things you're excited about. And I know there's been a lot of discussion with State Department staff and our elected representatives, and I get why this is so difficult. We essentially have a contract with bondholders, so you can't just tear up a contract. So we've got to navigate that. What are you hearing from our state reps, the most palatable solutions? What should we focus on?
Welcome, Assistant CEO Becky Craig.
Good morning, Becky Craig, Assistant CEO. I have been in communication with the BSCC as well as Senator Dodd's staff, and it is complicated. it does get down to the fact that bonds were issued and legislation was created for this item, and they are attempting to determine how to make modifications to that. I believe we've given them many suggestions for that, and they are still contemplating how to proceed. So at this time, it is still alive as a possibility, but we have not learned what the next steps could be. Senator Dodd's staff is actively working with the governor's office to determine how to make something happen, but we don't know the timing or what that will look like at this time.
Thanks.
I would just like to add that both Department of General Services and Department of Finance have emphasized that this is not our building. The state used the money to build that building, so we are tenants of the state as the landlord. In addition, in order to construct the building, we had to provide the state with a long-term ground lease so that even though we own the underlying property, the state has a lease within that envelope where the building is located. And that if we were to continue to use the building for purposes other than those authorized by the bonds, the state could essentially evict us and use the building as they see fit because it's their building and their ground lease. So
we prefer to buy it or rent to own or something. Right? The one option that we should be aware of one of the other priority projects from the state's leadership is homeless services and housing. Certainly a viable approach. It does come with a downside of having to use the building for those purposes. I'm not saying that's not a good thing to do, but there's other ideas that might be better. So that's one option. I think that maybe because it's a little bit more restrictive, falls down a little bit for me, but I want to agree with Chair Ramos and kind of empower our staff to go find that solution. Thank
Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. So what is a number that we have to be able to sever that relationship and be able to do what we want with that property? Is it the $13.8 million?
Yes. But it has to be a mechanism in order for us to actually execute that. So I have made that request. If we can just straight up pay off the bonds, that does not seem to be an option. I've asked if we could put the money in trust or escrow, so in effect is a paid payment for the bonds that has not been confirmed or declined at this point in time. We have asked to use alternative funding mechanisms, whether it's homelessness funding at the state or the jail project, which is also a detention facility, and to be able to basically trade monies for that project. So multiple options have been proposed, and effectively we have to be able to terminate the lease, and we haven't been given what that mechanism is yet.
Okay, so I appreciate it, Ms. Craig. We're doing the best we can, but I'm really interested in finding a path forward. We're not trying to monetize an asset for the betterment of the county general fund. We're trying to provide a public service, a public good, and our partner in the state has not given us an option. To me, that's not acceptable. So we need to find that pathway, right? And there's some ideas that we may have, but I really look at those in public safety of what could they be. Could it be mental health and public health? Could it be homeless? Litany of ideas, but we really need to take control of the situation. I would disagree slightly with how Director Morrison described it with the relationship of the state of us just being tenants. Fundamentally disagree with that. So we need to understand how we change that authority to actually provide a public good for the public benefit. So thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. And yet, just to echo what you mentioned about this being a moment to say we are no longer looking at a function of a reentry facility, but what else is appropriate, because that you've made a very strong case that is not appropriate, given the numbers that we are of folks we're looking to serve there. So, I mean, I guess to me, I sort of see we're talking about two pathways. We're talking about a pathway within the county to figure out what constellation of uses and services we best want to see there. You as department heads and the community, and we've got housing and homeless services here as well. So that's one piece, and then there's the cracking the code on working with the state on this, and whatever. I'm sure there are many different strategies there. One question I had is, again, this information, we have the data to show that the site does not make sense the way it has been envisioned. Is that data, what happened when you presented that data?
The senator's office found it quite compelling. They actually appreciated the information, and that is what they are using with their talking points on our behalf at this time.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. So, I mean, I guess what I would, the only thing I have to offer is maybe we do think about this as two tracks. We continue to work on acquisition or some other mode of control at the same time as push forward with really fleshing out a set of designs for programming, because that in itself will be, hopefully, to someone, a compelling case to support the acquisition.
I must say, I somewhat see this tying into our later item of strategies and goals that the board is going to be discussing. So I'm just going to say, go ahead and hold the thought for that item when we come back on 13D. Supervisor Gallagher.
Okay, I'm really curious about this option of putting the money in trust and paying over time. I wonder if that would even get us where we want to go, because do we have to have it completely paid off in order to use it the way we want to, or would they really hold us to that agreement until the entire bond is paid?
So the concept is that we would go ahead and put $13.5 million in the trust. They would release us, and then they would be able to draw down. If they can't pay off our portion of the bonds in full now, perhaps they could pay it off over time, but allow us to pay now and then use our funds. So that was the option.
Okay. And then it would be really interesting to better understand why they're having a problem with us paying it off. Supervisor Cottrell and I are going to meet with Senator Dodd's chief of staff in, I don't know, a couple weeks or something. And so the more that we can understand how we can maybe engage them in this conversation. It sounds like they're talking to the governor's office, but you know, just other departments they may be needing to talk to, or somehow researching why there seems to be a problem. I mean, bonds get paid off, so how can there not be a mechanism for receiving the funds?
Right. I do not understand the Department of Finance and their bond, but it is the Department of Finance ultimately who needs to determine how to execute this. Yes, I'm aware of how bonds can be, and that's why I provided these alternatives in conversations with our actual bond consultant. But at the end of the day, Department of Finance has to determine what they're willing and able to do.
So I will say in one part when we first brought this up, we were part of a bill package that was financing for other entities. And so I think part of that code and really the direction that we need to be giving here to my hope that we would give here to staff is the leeway to go forward and figure out do we perhaps need enabling legislation to separate out our bond issuance from the other groupings of bonds, because it was a very convoluted language that brought this about. Supervisor Pedroza.
No, I agree with your comments, Chair Ramos. I think going back to the Department of Finance, we have experience with them on other properties. I think clearly explaining what we're trying to do, and I forget who said the why, I think it was Supervisor Gallagher. I think we also have to be clear of what we're trying to do. So that way it's not just a mystery, it's very clearly delineated. So maybe we need to have our vision of what we could do with the property as part of the strategy to go to the Department of Finance, because we also know that sometimes there's other municipalities that try to take advantage of the situation. We're not doing that here. We have a public benefit that we're trying to achieve. So I think we just have to button up a little bit more.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the strengths is that it sounds like from the conversation is that we're pretty strongly all on the same page here. So I don't know if there's, thinking about what direction to give to staff. Is there a letter that we want to submit as a board to, I don't know what the set of tools we want to employ here are, but I did just want to recognize that it seems like as a board we're pretty united on this piece.
Yeah, I'd agree on in terms of direction for the two pathways of not only figuring out a way to remove the restrictions on the facility, but also to develop a robust vision for what the alternative use of that facility would be once those restrictions have been lifted. I'm also hearing a third direction. I want to confirm that, in that as we are building the budget for the 23-24 year, to not assume that we will be idling the facility and will not be operating as a reentry facility for the coming fiscal year.
I certainly hear we are not intending to operate this facility. I think that everyone's on board with finding a path forward, whatever that path may be, as we leave it up to the professionals to decide that. At this time, I'll open public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have more than sufficient direction. Is that correct, Ms. Craig?
It is, and thank you. We appreciate getting that support and that feedback that we can then proceed and representing the county with the state, as well as with our partners with Senator Dodd's office. So we will continue to update you as information becomes available and any actions that may need to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So I am going to attempt something here. Bear with me. I am going to go ahead and take us a little bit in, and I'll just ask to be granted a little bit of grace from our HHSA director, Ms. Yasumoto, for the item that we're continuing. At this time, I'll call item 11D. The interim director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services in the county deputy fire chief requests adoption of a resolution amending the Napa County Road and Street Standards to comply with the adopted state minimum fire safe regulations of 2021 related to ingress, egress, the state responsibility area, the local responsibility area, very high fire hazard severity zone. Welcome, Mr. Ryan and Chief Marcucci.
Thank you for having me this afternoon. It's good to be back. Morning. It is the morning. You are correct. Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm here from a continued item from February 28th, 2023, in which staff presented revisions to the Napa County Road and Street Standards as it relates to revisions to the state minimum fire safe regulations and interpretation of those codes. As amended, as I presented in February, amendments were made to sections 2, the scope of the standards, including revisions to activities which trigger the standards, updates to the disaster reconstruction provisions, and an exemption for parcels created via a parcel or tentative map created prior to January 1, 1991, which imposed conditions of approval related to perimeter and access. We also had updates to Section 4 within the definitions of the road and street standards, and that included, but is not limited to, the definition of access, which is actually a application and definition that was previously included in previous standards in Sections 12 and 13, and we just moved that into Section 4 for clarity. We also included a definition for disaster and a definition for intensity. We also made updates to Section 14, the road classification sections, as it relates to the agricultural road classification. As part of those discussions in February, the board continued the item to adopt the resolution amending the road and street standards to a future meeting date, which is today, and allowed staff to reevaluate 3 provisions of the code that we presented in February. Specifically, the disaster reconstruction provision, the use and definition of the term intensity, and the classification of agricultural road. With respect to the disaster reconstruction provision, in February, it was recommended that we reevaluate our application of the disaster reconstruction provision to evaluate if the additional flexibility could be built into that provision. Following discussions with the fire authority, our county council, and staff, and we are recommending that we maintain our existing practices and interpretations of those regulations. Historically, Napa County has had the disaster reconstruction provision in our regulations since 2016. The way staff has interpreted and implemented that code is to evaluate each structure on an independent basis. So we wouldn't be combining structural square footages, we wouldn't be combining uses. We look at the emergency ordinance adopted in July of 2020, which was subsequently expired, but the Board of Forestry adopted these emergency regulations to provide relief for disaster reconstruction, specifically wildfire reconstructions. And in those provisions of the emergency ordinance, it is very specific that the disaster reconstruction or the wildfire repair and reconstruction provision is specific to individual structures, and to allow from relief from those provisions, those structures shall not increase square footage, they shall not change the use. And specific to Napa County, we have the Fire Authority and the Fire Marshal's Office evaluate the existing access road to determine if it was a contributing factor to the loss of that structure or potentially the loss of any future structures on that parcel. We are recommending we maintain our existing practice and interpretation of those state regulations to create equitability between disaster reconstructions previously approved since the 2017 fire and for future reconstructions moving in the future. Although we feel like the language within the road and street standards is consistent with the emergency ordinance, which I will reiterate is expired, this provision is not included in the adopted and effective state minimum fire safe regulations. As I discussed in February, because Napa County had our road and street standards certified in 2019, we go back in time to rely on the provisions back when the Board of Forestry had the opportunity to review, evaluate, and certify our standards. In 2019, when the Board of Forestry certified Napa County's road and street standards, and specifically the disaster reconstruction provision, it was specific to habitable living space and specific to individual structures. So we have kind of 2 points, data points that we're kind of relying on here: the 2019 certification and the practice and interpretation of our own local regulations back in 2019. And again, we look at the 2020 emergency ordinance and the way the state implemented those emergency ordinances statewide. So staff recommends that for the disaster reconstruction, we are making a slight modification to the language in provision A, which is related to the existing square footage of the building, to reflective of the language it's going to be identical to the language reflected in the emergency ordinance. So to that nature, the replacement structure does not increase the total legal square footage of the residential, commercial, or industrial building or buildings that previously existed. In the last iteration that was presented to you in February, we expanded on that subsection, but in light of discussions with the board and the Fire Authority and County Council, we have opted to go back to the language represented in the emergency ordinance adopted by the state. The second item that was requested to evaluate was the term intensity and the definition reflected in Section 4. The board expressed concern with the use and definition of the term intensity and the potential consequences of that definition as it relates to other local codes and regulations. The term intensity is not defined anywhere in Napa County regulations. So that term would be defined for its first time in the road and street standards. We understand the potential consequences that may create, and so what staff has opted to do is remove that language from the road and street standards. And in lieu of utilizing the term intensity, again, we go back to 2019 when the Napa County Road and Street Standards were certified, and specifically the resolution approved by the Board of Supervisors back in 2019, which specifically states that use permit applications that generate vehicular trips, contribute to the county's roadway network, and have nexus for imposing the requirements would be the effective activity which would trigger the standards. To kind of address that in the revised road and street standards in front of you today, we are recommending that Section 2, subsection C be revised to reflect, to eliminate or omit the term intensity and go back to the intent of 2019. And the language we are proposing is application for a use permit or modification thereto resulting in an increase in average daily trips and are proposed effective activities described in subsections A, D, and E. So those would be that's the recommended language that we would provide in subsection 2C to address and repealing or omitting the term intensity. The third and last item up for discussion today is the classification, the road classification of agricultural road. In February, we came to you and presented a revised classification for agricultural road, which would in turn not be applicable for any winery uses. As part of our discussion in February, the language within that classification was a little vague. It was more specific to the activity of wineries and not specific to the use of winery uses. So we've made a slight update to that language to be specific to the discussions in February, which would state that agricultural roads would not be applicable for any winery uses. Following that February meeting, staff had met with some of our industry leaders, and a few things came up that I want to bring to this board's attention. That within the state fire safe regulations, the definition of agriculture is reliant on the local jurisdiction's definition as it relates as it's defined in their zoning ordinance. As this board may know, the definition of agricultural in our zoning ordinance does include wineries and those accessory uses. I want to point out, though, that looking at the winery definition ordinance, the intent of including wineries as part of agriculture is really to preserve the agricultural land in Napa County. And it's meant to kind of the vineyards and wineries together to support the preservation of our agricultural lands, to support that economic driver of Napa County. It's our major economic force or business in Napa County, and so that was the intent. The intent was never to circumvent health and safety regulations. Secondly, the state regulations do include that definition that I mentioned before. But there is a clear distinction and increase in hazards associated with an occupancy of a winery with respect to a dwelling unit or a single-family dwelling. And so Napa County's historical practice is always treat wineries and those accessory uses of hospitality and production as a commercial operation, very similar to how the building code or fire code looks at these facilities as it relates to the structures. And so what we're doing here is we're applying the fire safe regulations in a very same manner as the building code or fire code would. And that is really in direction just to protect life and safety for wildfire protections and to support and to protect life and safety and property just like the building code and fire code does. Again, we kind of go back in time to the certification of the 2019 Napa County Road and Street Standards. In 2019, agricultural road was again very specific. It could not be related to any winery activity. So because we are utilizing the certification process and the interpretation of the state back in 2019 for some of those provisions that are unchanged or non-substantially changed in these state regulations, and based on the inherent hazards associated with the winery use and winery occupancy, staff is recommending that we maintain the language that is proposed in the road and street standards, and to just kind of provide additional information for these discretionary projects that we look for on wineries that are subject to CEQA. What we do as staff is we rely on the state minimum fire safe regulations and the Napa County Road and Street Standards as our playbook for demonstrating that there is no impacts as it relates to fire safety and fire protection. If we were to exempt agriculture as it's being requested from some of our community members, what that would create is we would have to either rely on a new standard for wineries, develop a new standard for wineries, or require that a fire protection or life safety analysis is performed for any of those discretionary projects. So we can address that in our CEQA document and check that box to demonstrate that there's no impact. Potentially, if we were to evaluate a new standard, working with the fire authority, working with our partners in the state, there is a potential that that minimum standard would just go back to the state minimum fire safe regulations. The state has made it, these are the state minimum fire safe regulations for wildfire protections and life and safety. So as I recommended earlier, agricultural roads, as provided in my staff report and in the revised road and street standards, the only revision we are recommending is that the axis is not applicable to any winery uses. Those are the three items that were requested for re-examination, and I appreciate you letting us come back to you today. And so staff has presented a balanced and reasonable strategy which promotes safe ingress and egress, wildfire protection, and to maintain the preservation of health and safety and welfare to our public. I request adoption of the resolution amending the Napa County Road and Street Standards to become effective immediately and ensure that Napa County's local regulations are equal to or exceed the state minimum fire safe regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add, Chief?
No, the fire department and the fire marshal's office supports the plan so far as it moves forward, and we're here for questions.
Okay. Any questions from the board at this time? Seeing none, I will open public comment.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Deborah Doman with Treasury Wine Estates. During the intertime that you had, this was before you last time, we did have a chance to meet with staff, and I thank Brian and Patrick for taking the time to meet with us. I do request that you reconsider the option for combining two buildings into one that is less square footage than the original or does not increase the overall square footage. To me, it makes logical sense. It seems like it would be easier to fight. If another fire were to come through, it would be easier to fight a fire in one building versus two. And the code that was referenced in the 2020 emergency fire safe release language actually offers language because it uses that would support that because it uses increase the square footage of the residential, commercial, or industrial building or buildings that previously existed. So if you can interpret that code to allow to go from two buildings to one with no increase in square footage. And we're dealing with this with Sterling, where we actually a perfect example. We're doing that exact same thing, and now this would force us to go into an exception process to the road and street standards to not apply to the new road and street standards to our entire property, which just doesn't make any sense. I know the county keeps touting that they want to be friendly to fire rebuilds, and this is probably the third or fourth time that I feel like I'm playing whack-a-mole, trying to not apply new road and street standards for a fire rebuild that's not increasing any intensity whatsoever. So I request that you reconsider that and allow the combination of buildings as long as the square footage does not increase and the use does not change. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
My name is Elise Nerlev. I'm the vice president of the local nonprofit Save the Family Farms. You may recall on May 5th, 2022, we passed the micro winery ordinance, which was a new way to treat this community's smallest producers, making less than 5,000 gallons annual production. The old way of treating winery use permit applicants was to tell them that for the investment required, they should pursue a use permit much larger than they may ever need. And because of that, the use permits that were issued were 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 or above. What the micro winery ordinance did was push back on that narrative. It established a micro winery as a very real and legitimate business model in this community. It proved that one size fits all regulation does not work. And it asked for a process that fit the ask. So we worked with the board, and with the support and endorsement of the wine growers and Napa Valley vintners, we passed the micro winery ordinance, which is a very restrictive set of requirements that limits size, visitation, and environmental impact for those use permit applicants that do not want or need everything included in a traditional winery use permit. That was major progress. But here we are with another example of Napa County and the state pushing a one-size-fits-all blanket regulation. We've been told that the removal of wineries with less than 40 ADTs from the ability to pursue an ag road is a product of the change made by the Board of Forestry in the latest fire regs because, quote, an ag road would not be able to serve a commercial use no matter the scale of the operation, end quote. Ag roads can be applied to non-runnery parcels that service 40 ADTs or less. So who is using the ag roads? Farm workers. So for the safety of our farm workers, 14-foot roads are adequate, but for micro wineries, which are capped at 20 ADTs and will serve farm workers and the general public, they require 20-foot roads. The commercial versus ag designation is crazy to me. If protecting life and safety is most important, as Patrick stated just a minute ago, why is the road serving up to 40 ADTs by farm workers measured differently than the exact same road serving half the ADTs? To restrict micro wineries to 20 ADTs and then also say they don't qualify for a road exemption is ludicrous. It makes me think that we should amend the micro winery ordinance to 40 ADTs. On behalf of the micro producers of Napa County who wish to pursue a micro winery permit, I urge you to acknowledge how rewinding the clock back to 2019 road and street standards erases the progress that Save the Family Farms worked so hard to establish with Napa County. Imposing a standard that explicitly states that it does not take into consideration size or scale of operation ignores the needs and the abilities of your small business constituents. This is a poison pill regulation for the micro winery ordinance. It kills the spirit and the intent of the micro winery ordinance.
Hi, Michelle Benvenuto, wine growers of Napa County. We appreciate county staff trying to find a balance in how to integrate and implement the Board of Forestry fire safe regulations into our local regulation, the board's previous direction, and the outreach from Patrick Ryan that helped us understand the pressure that Napa County is under to adopt regulation that meets or exceeds the state regs. And we did not mean or to circumvent any safety regulations. This is not about all wineries being included in the definition of an ag road. The ag road definition that we're asking to be adjusted would only apply to small facilities that meet specific ADT requirements. So thanks again for staff's efforts and the board's thoughtful discussion on this. Obviously, we are all concerned with wildfire and implementing safe and best practices, but we're also hoping that we can find a balance that continues to protect small facilities. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. First, I'll ask Mr. Ryan if you have any further comments that you'd like to provide or information to us.
Just one comment for Elise. Any project could go through the exception process under Section 3 of the Road and Street Standards, and for Treasury Wines, which is located in the local responsibility area, they could qualify for a separate exception process under Section 5 of the Road and Street Standards. For properties within the SRA and very high fire severity zones, you do have to meet findings, environmental constraints, physical constraints, legal constraints, or historical constraints to go through that process. But within the LRA, it's a much more relaxed and less rigorous process in which the applicant just has to demonstrate safe ingress for first responders, no delays in first responders' response, and safe civilian evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you. So in direct response to the questions and concerns posed by Save the Family Farm, there is a path forward, but it's through an exception process to the roads and street standards should the board adopt the version before us today.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Board, what is your pleasure? Because you have lunch waiting.
Question, if I may.
Supervisor Pedroza?
Mr. Ryan, just on the point that was brought up by Ms. Doman about if it's two buildings becoming one and it's not increasing the intensification, what's the issue with that? Because I'm trying to rationale that in my head and I just don't see it right now. If it's not adding people, you're reducing the same amount of envelope into one concentrated area.
I think this really relates to the interpretation we have with the state regulations and our historical practices. Our historical practices, we adopted a disaster reconstruction before the state even envisioned one. Yeah. And the way we implemented that is to only apply the disaster reconstruction to individual structures. So if you've lost a residence of 2,000 square feet, we won't impose any road standards or any improvements to your road if you build that exact same house. So you're building in-kind replacement. Mm-hmm. And that has always been the intent of the disaster reconstruction. When the Board of Forestry adopted the emergency ordinance, I don't disagree with Ms. Doman's that there is language that may be interpreted differently, but based on our discussions with the state and specifically our state partners at the Attorney General's office, it has been conveyed to us, and it's been our interpretation that this only applies to individual structures. It doesn't apply to, you can't combine structures. It's really just to replace what was lost before the fire.
And I get that. I'm thinking about a practical experience in our community, right? I don't want anyone to have a workaround of getting something that was there and then getting more. Not interested in that. But if you have two buildings, that are 10,000 square feet, and they're combining it into a smaller, how is that I guess, why would we want to prevent that, is what I'm trying to understand from a policy side. And if there is a health and life safety and fire concern, then I want to hear that. But if there's not, just because it's historical, it doesn't really make sense to me at this point in time. So I really want to understand that, again, from a practical, professional opinion. What are we trying to prevent from happening? If it's leading to more intensification, more people, more trips, agree, not supportive. But if it's combining infrastructure, what's the professional concern?
Again, I couldn't speak to fire suppression operations or structural defense. I'll let Chief Marcucci address that. This really comes down to the way, yes, it's a historical practice, but it's also the way staff has interpreted the state code. So it's been interpreted that if you lost a building or buildings, you can replace them provided those buildings or buildings don't increase their square footage or change their use. One other thing that to consider here is that if we are allowing buildings to be combined, we would have to come up with some practice to kind of count square footage or count how many legal structures are on the property. Is that a difficult thing to achieve? I'd have to explore it a little bit more. It may have to be a one-time aspect, but having further conversations with the fire authority and our staff, it's because really this provision is not in the state regulations. And we've been working with our state partners to satisfy their concerns with what Napa County is doing with with our Napa County road and street standards and our interpretation of the state. This was discussed, and based on our response to our state partners about how we are going to apply this provision, which is not in the state regulations. This is a local specific provision that we are kind of moving forward with due to the fact that it was in our 2019 certification. Our state partners are satisfied with the way we are putting this provision into practice. And if we were to make it less restrictive, there is a potential that we could be challenged on it.
And I guess I'm not interested in making it less restrictive. I guess from an outcome perspective, if I see two buildings now and I could potentially see one in a smaller footprint, I'm interested in that from a land use perspective, right? From a visual perspective, potentially. So that's what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Ryan, is what discretion do we have? And I'm not interested in allowing this to be used to gain more. Not interested in that. We can't do that. So that's what I'm just trying to understand, because it doesn't quite make sense. If we have someone that wants to reduce their infrastructure and potentially combine it to a building, why would that be a bad thing locally? Right. So maybe that's just a question for us to just consider. Just wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think moving forward, I've been in front of this board, I believe, 7 times to do revisions to these standards. And I've spoken with Save the Family Farm, and I've spoken with our industry group. I'm more than happy to have further conversations to see if we can build additional relief or have conversations with our state partners to find provisions or come up with a local regulations that we can satisfy the state with, to demonstrate that we are still meeting their objections. We can absolutely continue those conversations. Today, I do strongly recommend we continue with I request that you guys approve this road and street standards and allow staff to continue those conversations with our stakeholders and the state to see if we can carve out some flexibility or carve out some provisions to allow some flexibility within our code for Save the Family Farm for operational characteristics as well as for disaster reconstruction.
I'm with you on that, and again, this is the second presentation where we're told the state's telling us this, so it doesn't feel that good right now. But I think I'm interested in what we can do locally and what concerns you all have from a professional opinion, what you have, Chief, And if there's professional concerns, then I want to address it. But to me, it's not making practical sense right now in terms of how we're interpreting it. So I am interested in coming back. Also, the comment that was made about if a roads are wide enough for a farm worker, but they're not wide enough for something else, I got a problem with that, right? There should be equity in how we treat that. So I am interested in looking at that as well. So if we can do that, if we can support this, knowing that we have an ability to come back and have those conversations, I am interested in that. Thank you.
No, I do. I did hear, Mr. Ryan, a couple of things to address the concerns that were raised during public comment. There is a path forward, and that's the variance process. It's not, sorry, exception. I keep on saying variance. But the exception, especially for those that are within the LRA, that the local responsibility area, which does have a different standard. So I think what would be helpful to move our discussion forward and to really have some data points in terms of your staff being able to categorize what are the concerns that are coming forward, and how we might be able to solve them, understanding that we are being voluntold to undertake this matter. And I do know, and I'll give you the opportunity, staff had reached out to the Attorney General's office on this matter, as we know that the Attorney General has been very interested in these revised languages, and I was hoping perhaps you could just give us a few second update on that.
Sure. We've been in contact with the Attorney General's office. They were inquiring about some provisions of our standards, specifically how we interpret access and how we define or how we measure dead-end roads, specifically the maximum length of dead-end roads. As part of that, they've reviewed the entire standards. We've had 2 discussions with them. Following those discussions, staff has satisfied their concerns and questions, and we have been informed that Napa County's road and street standards would not be evaluated any further based on what has been presented to you today.
Thank you, and I think that's one of the questions I was asked. Well, is there a letter? And I think this is the area where we want to say to ourselves, no letter is a good thing, a letter is a bad thing. So there's no actual writing, correct? This is all verbal that we received.
We've had just verbal discussions with our partners at the state. Like I said, we've answered every question they've had for us, and they are satisfied with our responses.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and I think you asked and got the question answered that we are for a couple of the public comments, and thanks to everyone who showed up today to speak. We do have exception processes available. I think, what I hope that we all want to come away from this process with is we want in Napa County to be able to have residents and wineries to rebuild post-fire. We don't want to lose that. We want to continue to define access on our own terms. We don't want to have the state tell us what that is. And we want the state to respect our local interpretation. When we say we can get to same practical effect, we want them to acknowledge that. So that's my overarching goal here. So in terms of I think, so I am in general supportive of what staff has done here. I appreciate that staff looked into this intensity question more, and I'm happy to see that removed, and that we're continuing to just track the board resolution from 2019. In terms of I thank you for looking into also the combined structures, and I appreciate Supervisor Cardoza saying let's keep looking at what exceptions are there. But I also do want to call out this point about, the operations and the hazards presented on a vineyard property are different than a property that has a winery production facility on it. The question about is a 14-foot wide road safe for a farm worker but not for a winery, I think that actually goes to, someone who's a staff person in a vineyard setting. They're trained, they're familiar with the property. They probably know about the terrain, the topography, and emergency access and ingress and egress versus a guest who's coming to a winery, is new to the area, doesn't know what emergency procedures are, and also on one, in a winery setting, we're probably looking at more structures than a vineyard setting. So I think just if we look at the cumulative situation on each, there is probably, we can say that the vineyard setting probably presents a lower hazard. And so it's important that we're being, that our safety preparations are addressing what's appropriate on a site to site. So I'm happy that we've got exception processes so that we can really look at the function on the ground. But I think it's important that we're focused on safety here, and I think that what the staff has presented here is a balanced approach that allows us to continue to maintain local control over over these issues.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is certainly a delicate balance, and I think we've struck it finally here at the 7th hearing. Normally we're faster than this. The logic is undeniable presented by Ms. Doman, and agree with Supervisor Pedroza. Does it make sense? I get why we have to be careful by referring to what we said in 2019. That said, I do think we should look at that and see what we can do with CAL FIRE to look at that differently with Chief Marcucci. And I would expect any exception applied for where they're justifying that they're merging buildings and it's less than what it was, that exception be given a lot of weight, especially in the LRA. And then on the ag road piece, it's tough. We're in a tough place. I mean, taking a use and adding public to it, and a winery production facility is always the thing that kicked you into commercial category, and I'd have a hard time looking at it any differently right now. But this debate about which ADT is the right one and which is the wrong one is certainly compelling, and if there's a chance to look at that again sometime soon, that'd be good. Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher, bring us home.
It actually appears that everybody pretty much agrees and just has different ways of, talking about the whole issue. But I certainly think we should go ahead and, move this forward today. I don't have any problem with that. And I do like the idea of continuing to look at ways that we can work with our constituents and our industry to figure out how we might make logical some of these illogical pieces, such as the combining of the buildings, and especially if we're looking at potentially smaller footprint overall. That actually makes a whole lot of sense. But also to Supervisor Cottrell's point that it really is important to be looking at looking differently at a vineyard development as opposed to a property where you've got wineries and ag going on, and visitation, marketing, et cetera. So, looking specifically at what's happening on the property, and really with an eye toward health and safety the whole time. So I think that for the interim, the fact that there are the paths to exception, that makes sense. And then if we can just continue those conversations so that we can suss that out a little bit more. And if there are additional agreements or changes in the future, that would make sense to look at that.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from the board at this time, I am going to ask for a motion approving the resolution as proposed by staff with further direction to continue to look for opportunities that are reflective of the comments stated here by the board today.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gallagher. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We will now recess for lunch with an expectation of coming back for items 13D, 11A, 13A, 10A, and 11C. Thank you. We'll be back at 1:30.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are now back from closed session, and we did conclude matter 18A. And if we could have County Council report out on 18A.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. 18A, public performance evaluation of the Director of Health and Human Services Agency. No reportable action.
Thank you. We will meet later today for the remainder of our items, and we will announce them at that time. Next, we do have a set matter, item 13D. The interim county executive officer recommends that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to take the following actions to update the Napa County strategic plan. We're looking first at a series of special meetings, engaging the moderator, appointing a department head committee to review the county mission, vision, and values, conduct public outreach, and prepare a draft update to the strategic plan. Mr. CEO.
Madam Chair, you pretty much summarized my presentation. I don't know that there's a lot to add.
You're welcome.
We began this process to prepare the existing strategic plan in 2017. That was put on a halt because of unforeseen circumstances. In 2018, that effort was renewed. It was an all-hands-on-deck effort and completed within 6 months, but it was a very intense 6 months for those of us who were here, who was involved in the process, preparation of that document. However, that document was good from 2019 through 2022. It's now 2023. And in addition to the 3-year plan having expired, there have been a number of things that were not anticipated in the strategic plan, including wildfires, droughts, pandemics, workforce shortages, and other changes. Nevertheless, despite those challenges, over half of the 84 action items have been completed of the strategic plan, which I think is a testament both to the support of the board and the stalwart work of our departments and staff. In March of this year, the board held an offsite goal-setting session, and one of the goals that they came out of from that meeting was to strong support to update the strategic plan. My recommendations are, as outlined, would be to hold a series of 4 meetings focused on community, the environment, economy, and government operations. The purpose of these meetings would be to allow the board to talk amongst themselves about what their shared values, their shared visions, their shared ideas and priorities are, so that we could begin to develop more of a consensus in terms of being able to draft any revisions to the strategic plan. Those would be held over the next several months, depending on the ability to find adequate time, and would be envisioned as a series of half-day events. Connected to that, there would be a moderator, not a facilitator. I think the board does not need a facilitation per se, in as much as they just need somebody to help guide the discussion, to make sure that everybody has an equal chance, and to keep everybody on track. So that would be a moderator that would be assisting with those meetings. Separate from that, I don't know that I think we have a very good department head team, and that they can take on the work of reviewing the mission, vision, and values, and then coming back to the board with a recommendation on those to see if any of those need to be amended or adjusted as a part of the strategic plan. We do public outreach. It's still that's still yet to be determined, but while we had a very intensive public outreach in developing the strategic plan, this is an update, not the development of the plan, so I don't think it needs to be as extensive as it was previously, but I think it would be good to check in with the public about how they think the existing strategic plan worked or whether it didn't work, and what they'd like to see in the next strategic plan to help inform the board. And then the goal would be to put all this together and then come back in the late summer, early fall, begin drafting, and hopefully have something in front of your board for consideration by the end of this calendar year. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Thank you, Director Morrison. This all makes sense to me, and I just wanted to call out the kind of middle road we're walking, that this is an update, not a brand new strategic plan. So that the process should track that, and that public outreach is important, but perhaps doesn't need to take the months long that the original creation of a brand new strategic plan would do. So this path makes sense to me.
Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, David, for this. I'm really looking forward to, I think, the 4 special meetings where the 5 of us can have open conversations about some important issues. I think it's hard for us to try to have in-depth conversations when it's reacting to a set agenda or certain projects. So I'm really looking forward to that, to hearing kind of where my colleagues are focused on priorities. On the department head, vision, I want to be mindful of how, taxed our department heads are already. So they've done this before. We have super talented folks. I want to make sure that this is constructive, that it's not just another exercise of fluff, that it's really something meaningful, and I would really tap into their experience and expertise to make sure this is valuable for them just as it is for us. So I want to be sensitive to that and, again, make it productive. On the public outreach, I think that's great, but, again, focused on what we want to do versus, undisciplined, which can kind of sometimes not be constructive. So all in all, I think that this is a great approach. It's something that I think it's going to serve this board well, but also so the public gets to hear a little bit more about our visions and goals. So thank you.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, I support the approach. I think it's going to yield, I think, better results than last time. Particularly interested in the special meetings and our chance to dig into issues, find consensus, and try to agree on the approach, like we did at the last session. We dug into climate action and found consensus on how to move that forward and the next steps, and I think we could do that with a lot of different issues. And I'll suggest we have one of them offsite up on Mount Veeder. I'd love all of you to see some of the challenges we're having.
How are we going to get there?
All arranged for Enchanted Hills. They'll host us. It'll be great.
You're provoking, Supervisor Gregory.
Everyone, how are we going to get there? Supervisor Gallagher.
I agree too that this is a great plan. Just wanted to say that although it's an update, that it would be I think helpful to look at the framework or the structure of the what we want the final product to look like, because I think we can make some improvements on that. Just comparing it to what we did last time, so maybe talking over how we can frame it.
I would agree, and that was discussed at the offsite meeting in March about how the way the plan is currently structured is not necessarily aligned with how goals, visions, and actions are usually done. And so, it's not just to, while I do think we want to revise the plan, not tear it down and rebuild it entirely, I do think that as a part of that reevaluation, I think we need to look at the structure and see how that can be improved.
Great. All right. Great. Thanks.
Supervisor Pedroza.
One last comment, Chair. I want to be respectful of what we did last time, but I'm also not married to it. This is a new board, and I think if something comes out of it where it requires a direction change or something different, we have to be open to that. So again, I don't want to be hamstrung by something that was done yesterday. Being respectful of the product, by not necessarily being kind of bound by it. So that's it. I'm happy to make a motion that supports that without the Mount Veeder clause.
I will just add, I certainly did find our session together to be very a great opportunity for us to learn each other's perspectives and values and to apply that to the work that we have before the county. So I certainly do welcome that exercise going forward. But I do, as I stated then, I think it's really important for us to have the mission, vision, and values to really be able to guide that work that we bring to the table in doing this refresh. I'm going to call refresh of our strategic plan. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to make one process point, and I like to hear what my colleagues are saying about making sure that we're open enough to what this board wants to do. But on the first one, in terms of scheduling the special meetings, I think those categories, those were the categories that kind of came out of the meeting, which makes sense. I think one of the reasons I thought that meeting was successful is because we kind of started with some more abstract things, but we're actually talking about real concrete things. And I think if we're doing community forums, perhaps having the more concrete items first, because I look at things like the economy and the environment. Those people are going to have ideas, and those are going to be easy places to on ramp into input, I think, whereas community and government operations are a little more abstract. So I'd rather see us tee up some of the more concrete things to start conversations, and then get to because the community and government operations kind of depend on what we're doing in other areas too. So I don't have a vision of how those should look. I just wanted to communicate, let's think about what's going to bring people to the early meetings so that we build some momentum for discussion.
Yeah, my intent was to work, if the board supported the idea of a moderator, to work with a moderator to create a series of provocative questions based on concrete issues to be conversation starters for the board, then to step away and let the board go from there. But not to have you guys, not to have the board look around in awkward silence for something. We would give you some starting points then, and then let you go.
I heard plenty of feedback, including a motion by Supervisor Pedroza to
Second.
And a second by Supervisor Cottrell to move forward with the plan as outlined in item 13D. I'll open it for public comment. Seeing none. Oh, I was going to see none. Apparently, I'm seeing one now. So, public comment.
We working?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if this is public comment, maybe department head comment. And I just comment, and I think David has sort of built this into the process, but I just want to mention to the board, much of the focus of the previous strategic plan was what I would call external, which was getting input from the public, which was great. And of course, a big piece of this will be as well. I just encourage the board, and again, I think there's one session that's sort of focused on this, that we also need to look internally in our strategic plan, because the external things that you're trying to accomplish won't work if the machine behind it isn't working. So whether it's implementing a new accounting system or figure out how to sort of make the most efficient use of our purchasing processes, or not get bogged down in them, or efforts to recruit and retain. There are many internal things that the county needs to focus on, which, remember, the public will never mention because they don't see those things. But we absolutely need to do an external plan, but I would encourage the board to also spend some time looking at internally as well. Thank you.
That was my inarticulate heading of government operations. I agree that the board responds to constituents and has responsibilities to improve the community and the environment and the economy, but they also oversee 1,600 employees, and that's just as an important fourth pillar.
Thank you. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. We had a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next, not totally unrelated, we will take up item 11A. The interim county executive officer will provide a report on pending future agenda items requested at a prior meeting, and for that, our assistant CEO, Ms. Becky Craig, will come up. We have two items to be considered today for entertainment further direction by the board. One is development of a board policy to provide guidance for staff participation in community forums, and the next is evaluation of technology solutions to enhance community participation during public comment portions of the board meeting. Ms. Craig.
So I'd like to seek direction from the board regarding each of these items today, of whether we are to spend staff time to do research and to bring items back for board consideration in the future. The first one is whether the board is interested in a policy being developed, and if so, what are some suggestions for priorities within that policy to provide guidance for staff participation in community forums.
I will start with that one, as I did ask for this matter to come up. You know, we've always had a willingness to participate in the community in forums, but we have found ourselves in some interesting situations over the years, and more recently with a request for speaking that was that was in front of a forum that was a ticketed event, and had some particular viewpoints that were not necessarily related to our county functions. And I think one of the things I want to make sure that we are encouraging staff participation as in these community forums and speaking engagements, as being out in the community and engaging in that matter. We just spoke on the strategic plan is important. That is our constituency. At the same time, you know, we are a large organization. You know, nearly 1,600 employees is a large amount, and for each department to have to manage that decision-making process, I think we would benefit from a core set of values of what perhaps some criteria would be in place if it is aligned, say, you know, and I'm just going to throw these out, aligned with one of our strategic pillars in our strategic plan. If it is specific to disaster preparedness and recovery, or if it is district specific, but I think that there also needs to be some leeway for the CEO and department heads to be able to make that determination, as opposed to it necessarily coming before the board, to the board receiving phone calls and saying, you should let this person speak, which is actually what happened. And when I delved into this further, I realized there actually was no policy of who gets to speak at what. And so I think just more of some guiding parameters. I don't think not an exclusionary policy and not a proscriptive policy, but certainly something that provides some values in which we will make this determination. Supervisor Gallagher.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just say that I would hope that this would be as inclusionary as possible, which I think is what you were getting at also. And I do actually like the idea of giving the departments maximum flexibility. I think that the department heads should have the opportunity to, if things kind of rise up to that level, that they have the opportunity to deal with it within their department and not have to come to the CEO, come to the board, et cetera. And just whatever, if it's the board's will to come up with some kind of a policy, to just have it be, I like the idea of set of values or something that is, you know, just is very open and transparent and really shows that we're encouraging our staff to be out in the community and to be sharing their wisdom and their expertise and the things that they're working on, and engaging with the community as much as possible. So I want to see as much community engagement as possible. So if there needs to be policy around it to make it easier for staff to decide whether they should be there or not, that's fine. But as long as we stay, I think, as inclusive as we can be, would be my recommendation.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I mean, I think my first, and I appreciate, Chair Ramos, that you're being responsive to what you see, you know, felt like an issue. My first thought was, gee, spending staff time to create a policy, I don't want it to be hindering what the CEO wants to be doing or department heads. So was hesitant on that point. If it allows kind of some support and, if you will, cover for staff in making this decision, then I think that's helpful. I will say, if this is the direction we go, I think it's not only building in flexibility, but also transparency, so that someone in the community can read this and say, oh, okay, this applies to everyone, or something like that. So I would want this to be, if it's drafted, then we're drafting it as a public-facing document as well.
And I will say we've had circumstances in the past where we have had staff that have been asked to speak at an event that was not permitted to have such a type of event. So we've had that in the past. So also there are a lot of considerations in that. I certainly am not looking for a check the box type of policy, but I think just values. I think access is incredibly important. If someone's having to pay to listen to our staff, I think that is an additional consideration in my view, that because we are public serving, that needs to be taken into consideration when the department head is making that decision. Supervisor Pedroza.
You know, I support the intent. I just don't know how you're going to craft something that doesn't become more restrictive. So I'm just really concerned about that. The one we're all talking about, there was some uniqueness, or there might have been some litigation involved. So, you know, whether that's a one-off or not, I just don't want us to waste time on something that you come back and then we have to debate the values and then it doesn't produce an outcome or becomes restrictive and so forth. So I'm just mindful of creating the check the box. And Supervisor Ramos did say that that's not what you're looking for. I just don't know how you craft it. Support the intent, not interested in spending a lot of time, resources on it though.
It is sounding a lot like the current practice in most of our departments. So this is more documenting that and having that available for reference. I do think it could lead to some rabbit holes, and I'm not sure how we're going to avoid those. But we will stay observant of those if that's the direction of the board to proceed with this documentation.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, I'll be frank. I'm not convinced this is necessary. I do know there was a flare-up on this thing that happened a few weeks ago. I don't remember in my 6 years and 3 months now that this has happened another time, maybe, but not very often. I think our CEO has always exercised professional discretion in choosing which public forums to be involved in, and I don't think this is worth staff's time.
And now for the next item, evaluation of technology solutions to enhance community participation.
Yes. So in the board item, I have noted what the practice was pre-COVID and what technology was utilized, including public comment before meetings by the public in writing, whether it was an email or letters, and during a meeting was by being here physically, and then we provided access outside of the meetings through live streaming the meeting through our website and through public access television. But the public was observing that and not participating actively. During COVID, we had further restrictions placed on us for health reasons, and there was limitations of who could or would come into the building. So we made additional changes and we added Zoom into our mix initially, and that allowed the public to have another streaming option, but also to actively engage in the meeting regardless of whether they were here. We determined that Zoom was not a good solution for that because of the ways that people would misuse it. So we turned off the access for people to participate by Zoom as the public. We still allowed that as panelists through the webinar function. But then we introduced a phone line. So that added another layer of technology on top of the video and the live meeting, and has always proven to be a complication. It was necessary, we felt, in order to enhance or to provide access. But when the COVID restrictions stopped, we reevaluated our solutions again and determined that the phone was the piece that was creating too much of a burden, and felt that when people can now come back into the room freely, that they had that opportunity and that the phone wasn't a necessary alternative. However, we knew that we had the phone line, that people were used to the phone line, and so we actually turned on the phone line 24/7, and now we allow people to leave voice messages. So in addition to providing letters or emails, we also allow voicemail, and those are being forwarded to the board all the time. It just isn't allowed to be, it's not currently being answered and patched through to the board live during the board meetings. We also then, in addition to continuing Zoom streaming and public access television with our online Granicus, we have added YouTube. So we do feel that we're utilizing a lot of resources and technology, but we have at this point chosen not to continue to support the phone line because of the burden it's placed and the ability for the public to come back and participate without restrictions. So that is where we currently stand, but we've had a request to have this conversation with the board to see if there's any further direction.
I think, Ms. Craig, it would be helpful to hear how staffing works for the phone line, which certainly was illuminating for me of what is required for us to be able to patch a phone call in that works about 50% of the time.
I will turn that over to clerk of the board because I would not do this justice.
What is required staffing wise to be able to allow the live phone calls to come into and be tapped into the board meetings?
At the current state, what would be ideal, if you will, is you do see there's 2 clerks in here right now. We run all the technologies. So when people were calling in live, I was answering them, while we had 2 staff members, 2 other members of the clerk of the board team answering phone calls and putting them on hold and then communicating to me via a Teams program that we have, letting me know who was online, the order, and if something got disconnected, some kind of issues. They were handling it. I was just on the receiving end, and I could patch them through when we had time. Right now, we are down a team member, and we are actively recruiting. We're getting further in our recruitment. We're doing interviews. I would feel, from my perspective, I would definitely need 1 more team member to be able to handle that. So we need a minimum, a staff of 4 of the clerk of the board team, 2 actively in here, 2 actively outside. But then it leaves the question to, what if someone has a sick day? What if something happens and, you know, we're down back to 3 and we have a land use hearing that requires, I think during WALT, we had 27 call-ins and 68 public members in the chambers. My numbers aren't exactly right. It's in my notes somewhere. But it was heavy. It was heavy even for 2 of them to handle outside. It was heavy for us in here, if you remember that. And I just think some more staffing would help if that's the direction the board chooses. We do have the technology still available. We can reactivate it if that's your wishes. But I do caution that if you could please give us time to hire and train, that would be greatly appreciated.
I will add to that that this is also not the only duty that those deputies are doing outside of the meeting while they sit at their desk. They're also watching the meeting and taking the minutes of the meeting. So doing phones is also a secondary duty of theirs in addition to their primary tasks.
Supervisor Gregory.
Are we aware of any technology, better technology that's automated that'll queue the calls and send them right to you and keep it simple?
We are actually in the process of reviewing our entire AV system. We have cleared out the room behind this wall right here to make an AV room. All this equipment you see here is going to be streamlined. I can't tell you when that's going to happen. Our RFP process was unsuccessful in reaching out to any vendors, but we're going to keep exploring. So I can explore that kind of call-in option. I did visit 2 different counties, Marin and Solano. And I was really impressed with what Solano had, but they had a huge staff. handling behind the scenes. They had IT support sitting in an AV room handling everything. So it would require some outside of the box thinking, which we're currently working on. We just have hit a block right now with the RFP process, but we're actively looking into all technologies that would help you with these board meetings to run a lot smoother, maybe have some more power, so our PowerPoints and our videos will run a little bit better, and we're looking at everything, not just the phone line.
So I'd like to recommend that we continue to look for technology to help there. I do think live call-in during our meetings is a feature of COVID that we should keep if we can. I understand the burden on staff, but let's look for some help and automation that'll make that easier before we agree to bring it back.
We'll explore that for you.
Supervisor Gallagher?
Yeah, well, I think I brought this one up. I think logistically, the technology is going to keep improving. So I think that's on our side. I also believe that we can have the staff if we need the staff. It's really about priorities, and I believe that we will be hiring some staff. I know potentially another board aide. I think that once our Madam Clerk gets her group fully staffed, and we look at other opportunities in the CEO's office, we should have the people necessary. And while it is work, I don't know that I would call it a burden, because serving the public and engaging the public is part of our job. And so I think this actually boils down to an issue of equity. I think that we were able to provide greater equity during COVID, and we need to keep doing that. So if you are a disabled person living in Pope Valley without transportation, you are in a very different situation than someone that is, it's part of their job to come here every week and actually sit in our meetings. So I think that that's an inequitable situation if that person in Pope Valley does not have an opportunity to comment live. I think it's great that we have voicemail and we have the videos and everything, but that is not an opportunity to be listening to the meeting and respond in real time. If you want to have public comment on an item, you hear something come up in the staff report and you're like, I really want to comment on that. So you don't get to do that right now. You have to send a voicemail, which, we'll listen to later, or, a letter, which we'll see later, very likely after the decision has been made. So I think it really is an equity issue. It is an issue of maximizing the engagement of our community. And I think it's a community expectation, and I think they have the right to expect that. So I think that we should move toward opening the phone lines back up, and do that as we are able to staff up, and then of course take advantage of technological opportunities as they come along.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. And I don't see it so much as an equity issue. I see it more as an accessibility issue, and making sure that all residents have an access to participate in government. So I think the pandemic taught us some things of how we can do better. So I am interested personally, Becky, in Ms. Craig, trying to figure out what can we do to make sure we have accessibility where folks can, participate in the process. Democracy just doesn't happen on Tuesdays, though. It happens Monday through Sunday. So I think we got to be mindful of the totality of what we're doing, and how do we make sure that we have accessible government any day, right? Not just on Tuesdays. So I am interested in that, and maybe whether it's technology or in calling in person, I just want to know what we could do. And the question is how we're going to pay for this. Because I've heard a lot of great initiatives that we all want to take on. Earlier today, we want to buy the bonds for $13.4 billion. Not to say that that's a greater priority than having accessible phones and participating, but we need to have, our residents expect us to have a plan on how we're going to do this as well. So I think we have to just be open-minded on that. And if that means during budget or during some of the workshops, we get presented those opportunities of how we prioritize it, because right now it's just a lot of one-way communication or direction without a plan of how do we implement it. So that's what I would tell you. I'm also interested in what other counties are doing, to encourage participation. We do a lot of that, through MTC, ABEG, and all these other regional bodies of how do we continue to provide participation. But whatever we do, we need to make sure it's sustainable too. I'm not interested in just doing it for 3 months or a year. It's how do we sustain this accessible government where you have members of your community able to participate. So thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's general support for some level of phone accessibility. I think this point about having the staff to be able to make it work makes a lot of sense. But and I think we will see the technology get better. So I'm in favor of moving forward once we have the staff in place to support the phone lines.
So I'm hearing general consensus of yes. It sounds like I personally would like to make sure that we have enough staff, understanding the constraints on staff, and perhaps we look at what staff in the executive can cross-train to be able to get us ready so that we are not fully dependent on not being flexible for someone being out ill or someone having a doctor's appointment or having to go to their child's presentation at school. I want us to be sensitive of that as employers. I think our clerk staff did a tremendous job in carrying us through the pandemic on less than reliable technology at times. And so I certainly, would like us to continuously look towards improving that direct call-in patch. I know at ABAG MTC, we actually use Zoom audio only as the call-in feature. So there's no video capability, which I personally have had fun with a Zoom takeover during one time, but not anything that's cannot be managed with a little bit of patience and some deep breathing. So perhaps we look at what those options are for us to be able to do that. But I would like us to give staff a breather and perhaps set a target of right after budgets that we come back with a plan in place for the first meetings of July. Towards that gives you 2 months to staff up. Certainly, if that is not working, to go ahead and inform us, and then we can meet certainly to change the agenda as the board has determined today that they want to re-engage phone live call-in. Whether it's phone, I think that's the real question we've got to ask ourselves, if it's going to need to be phone. But I think it's a yes. I've heard more consensus for let's wait till we hire so that we can make sure we're able to staff this appropriately and train, and then look for further technology and make sure we're getting this right.
So what I'm hearing is your anticipated deadline for getting some type of implementation of either the phone line turning back on with hopefully another staff person, and being July 1st.
July.
So the first meeting in July.
First meeting in
You'd
July.
like to go back to live public commenting.
I do. I think that's a reasonable amount of
I think that's
time
reasonable.
to give
And
you
we'll
staffing,
keep you-
opportunity, and training.
And if case something goes wrong, we will definitely ask for an extension if we need to.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's sufficient direction. Thank you so much.
It is. May I ask what the consensus was for the first item for the policy? I heard both sides, but I did not count to 3.
I didn't count to 3 either, so I kept on moving on.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Next, I'm going to call the much anticipated 9 a.m. matter. Item 13A, the Director of Public Works requests introduction and intention to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 10.04 of the Napa County Code to establish speed limits by resolution of the Board of Supervisors, and adoption of a resolution establishing or changing speed limits on various county roads. Mr. Letter.
Yes, nice to be the 9 a.m. item. Exactly. So, yes, Steve Lederer, Public Works Director. I'd like to introduce you to Essen Cosme, our traffic engineer, and Essen will be taking a good part of this presentation. You know Tom Zeleny, County Council, who has helped us with this agenda item. So what we're here to do is a couple things. One is a number of our speed limits have been in ordinance, have been in county code, which makes it very difficult to change them as you do updated assessments, and why some got into county code and yet the rest of them were done by resolution. I don't really know the history of that. So one of the things we're here to do is actually to introduce and hopefully take an intent to adopt an ordinance change which will remove certain speed limits, all of the speed limits from county code, and then we will, in the future, do all of those speed limits by resolution. So there is the ordinance piece, which Mr. Zeleny will talk about, and then we did do an updated traffic study of 55 some odd segments, which resulted in many going down, just a few of them going up, and many more staying the same. Since the last time we came in front of this board and did speed limits, and I know we have 2 new supervisors, but in general, you know, speed limits, there's a great misconception out there from the public about if you want to get people to slow down, you simply lower the speed limits. And that is just factually not true. It's not really the way it works. It's also not legal under state law. State law requires you basically to set the speed limit to what's called the 85th percentile, which is not technically mathematically, but the speed of which about 85% of the people drive at. And the reason it's done that way is, one, to eliminate speed traps. You know, we've all heard stories in the past of a town that would set a speed limit at 15 miles an hour and then write tickets and all of that. So the legislature was very clear that speed traps were unacceptable. Also, it's generally the safest way to do things, because if you get people traveling at about the same speed, that's actually a lot safer than having some people try and drive slowly and other people trying to drive fast. So there is a process. I will say, though, that since the last time we were here, there have been a few modifications to state law that gives us a little more flexibility in being able to raise or lower a speed limit by 5 miles an hour here or there. So we do have that a little bit of that added flexibility. So that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Zeleny to talk about the ordinance piece, and then Mr. Cosme will give the details on the speed limits.
Good afternoon. Tom Zeleny, County Council's office. As Director Lederer mentioned, the first action item we're requesting is an amendment to Chapter 10.04 of the Napa County Code. The amendment primarily is removing the remaining speed limits that are still in the Napa County Code. Over time, perhaps starting decades ago, we started adopting speed limits by resolution, which is allowed under the Vehicle Code, and we still had some left over by ordinance. So right now we've got some in 2 different places. So the purpose of amending the code is to get the last speed limits out of the Napa County Code, and then the request would be in the second item to readopt them by resolution. So if you look at the amended version of the code, it is removing the speed limits and replacing it with general language that other agencies have similarly adopted. It just sets forth the general rules for adopting speed limits tied to speed surveys, and specifically authorizes the board to adopt speed limits by resolution. That's what this ordinance does. It's relatively simple. The second requested action is approval of a resolution that will, as we've done in the past, adopt the new speed limits, both increases, decreases, and a couple new speed limits that were recommended from the speed survey, which Essen will get to in a minute. The proposed resolution also readopts the speed limits that were in the Napa County Code, readopts them by resolution. And maybe the most important part, if you go to the exhibit in the resolution, it's probably been decades since we have this, but it shows all the speed limits that have been adopted by the board, all in one document, because we don't have that now. They're piecemeal all over the place. So that's probably the most important part of this, is we finally going to have a document with all our speed limits in one place. And you'll notice in the resolution there are a couple blanks in there referring to an ordinance number. This that's done on purpose. This resolution is actually tied to the ordinance, and the resolution will become effective when the ordinance becomes effective if approved by the board at the adoption at the next meeting, 30 days after that for referendum period. So they'll be synced up. So that's why those blanks are in there. Now I turn it over to Essen for a discussion about the speed survey.
Good afternoon, Chair Ramos.
Yep, there you go.
That happen all the time. Good afternoon, Chair Ramos, respected Board of Supervisor and county staff. Today's presentation is one of the establishing or changing a speed limit on various county roadways. Are we going to have that? Okay. So we're going to the second slide, please. Yeah, where's the clicker? Yeah. Following are three key elements of a speed limit, including legal requirement, engineering and traffic survey, and the last one is enforcement. Legal requirements are established in the California Vehicle Code, Section 22350, related to basic speed laws, which are 2235 basic speed laws, 349 maximum speed on 2 lanes roadways, 352 PIMA FESCA limit, residential or business district. We have 25 miles per hour over there, and including the school district. Section 22358 set lower speed limit. In Section 27, define engineering and traffic survey. Section 515, define resident district. Okay. This section of CVC states, no person shall drive a vehicle on highway at a speed greater than is reasonable or prudent, having due regard for weather condition, visibility, traffic, surface and width of roadway, safety of person or property. Engineering and traffic survey is based on CVC section 627. The code describes 3 elements of engineering and traffic survey, which are prevailing speed, collision records, condition not readily apparent to drivers. MUTC section 2B.13 established the nearest 5 miles per hour increment to prevailing speed. It could be reduced by 5 miles per hour. An officer can enforce a speed limit based on CVC section 4802. The officer have completed a 24-hour radar operating course. Basic life of engineering and traffic survey is normally 5 years, but we can extend up to 7 years, or can be extended to 10 years under certain circumstances. Today's action. Last time, we did the engineering and traffic survey in 2020 on 44 segment of roadways. In this year, we have done a speed survey on 55 segments of roadways in 39 states. Among 55 segment roadways, 39 will stay the same. The speed limit on 39 segment will stay the same. On 9 segment, the speed limit will be decreased by 5 miles per hour. On 5 roadway section, the speed will increase by 5 miles per hour. There are 2 new segments of roadways where no speed sign were posted, so we are going to install the 2 new speed limit sign.
did this move back? So when you slide, it's just by itself? Okay. I thought it's just, I'm getting a special treatment. Sure.
We have it printed in front of us if you want
Okay.
to keep on going, and the clerk staff can catch it up when the computer decides to stop.
Okay.
Yes, and if you can just summarize the ones that are changing,
Right.
then the board pretty much has the rest of it.
Right.
And I can wrap up.
So the next slide, which is the speed segment with the recommendation speed changes, that summarize all the roadway segment where the speed limit will be changed either upward or downward. And there are altogether 16 locations, including the 2 locations where we don't have the speed limits. The next table, which is pretty lengthy, has all 25 segments of roadway, and it shows the summary of recommendation, how we come up, what was the criteria that we determined that the speed limit has to increase or decrease, or we keep the speed limit the same. And then on page 17 of 21, we have all the list of 99 roadway section where we have conducted the speed survey 2 years ago and this year. So that means that we are all updated on speed limit surveys, and sheriff office or CHP can issue the citation accordingly. Next, I will come back on this issue in year 2028.
5 years from now.
At least 5.
So
Any
just-
question?
Yep, so just to wrap up, thank you, Tom and Essen.
Mike,
So just to wrap up.
your mic.
Yep, shouldn't have turned it off. Just to wrap up, so to the best of my knowledge, we have not received any public comment on this item. I know sometimes speed limits can be very emotional. Has happened in the past. Not so at this point. But anyway, we're happy to answer any questions about process or anything else.
I certainly do appreciate you telling us that we are all caught up. There was a moment in time when we were not all caught up in speed limits, which I think added to the very tension that Mr. Lederer is speaking about that I remember quite fondly. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's great to see this and to be all caught up and to understand more about the process. So I appreciate that. Mr. Lederer, I think we had gotten an email from a resident on West Zinfandel Lane back in December, and I don't see West Zinfandel on this page.
Yeah, that is correct. The engineering survey was done before we got that comment, and our agreement was that we would pick up West Zinfandel the next time we did a study. So we're not obligated to bring this whole package back for another 5 years, but we do periodically, if we get 2 or 3, or hopefully, a reasonable number where we want to redo the study in the middle of the 5-year period, we'll do so. So we do have West Zinfandel on that list, but it is not part of this package at this point.
Great.
Steve, can I add a little bit?
Please.
We did include Zinfandel from SR 29 to Silverado Trail, and based on the speed study, the speed limit will remain the same.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the section that we're looking at is west of 29. So it dead ends off into the hillside there. So that's good to know. It'll be picked up. And do we have a time frame that would be?
Not specifically.
Okay.
Probably wouldn't be until at the earliest, probably next year at this time. If we have a group, we'll do them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Although we don't have any letters or calls yet, I can say with confidence that if we raise the limit from 45 to 50 on Old Sonoma Road between the city and Beaumont and back, we are going to have a storm of public comment on that. As Director Lederer and I already know, we've been down there, and several emails going back and forth with a lot of people, neighbors on Congress Valley Road, around placement of what are they called? Bollards,
Yeah.
and other things that are, trying to make things safer there. We actually, those guardrails are hit over and over and over and over and over again on Old Sonoma, and they're replaced constantly. I think what is a little bit upsetting to me about this 85% rule is that, this notion that a reasonable and effective speed limit is one that conforms to the actual behavior of the majority of motorists, and the speed at which traffic is moving is presumed to be what the majority of drivers believe is safe and reasonable. I don't necessarily find that true. I can say from experience that when you are a high school student, you live in Sonoma, and you commute to Justin Siena High School, and you definitely take Old Sonoma Road as a back road, you are not thinking about what is safe. You are thinking about not getting to school late. So, that's difficult, because as people go faster and faster, then suddenly it becomes that's the norm, and now we have to we do a study, people are now going faster, and then, oh, we need to increase the speed limit because the average person is now going faster. So I am not in favor at all of increasing the speed limit on Old Sonoma Road 5 miles an hour. I think that is going to add salt to the wound out there. And, I don't know where the original study came from or how it was determined that it should be 45 miles per hour, but people are going 60 and 65 miles an hour. So I don't feel that it is prudent to be raising it. I mean, I can understand the reasoning around, this idea of the traffic study and up or down 5, but if it's up or down 5, then let's leave it at 45. That's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, so I'll respond to that on a couple of different levels. What you were reading, of course, is state law, so it just is. There are opportunities, like we said, we have a little more flexibility to reduce speed limits, and we basically took that opportunity every place we did, every place we could. I tell this story, and it's true only because it's worthwhile. First Avenue, Supervisor Ramos's favorite place. When we went into this last time, the speed limit was set at 40. And we did a speed study, and we found that everyone was doing 48, so we raised it to 50, and there was an outcry. So we said, okay, well, now after we raised it to 50, we'll do another speed study and see where we are, and everyone was driving 48. And then the several citizens out there decided to post their own speed limit of 35 miles an hour. They created their own signs, pretty real looking. They posted their 35, and before we took them down, we said, let's do another speed study. And everyone was driving 48. So ultimately, we settled on 45, which is actually now being reduced, interestingly enough, based on the latest study. But after we reset it at 45, we did another speed study, and everyone was driving 48. So, I mean, if anything proved to me that the speed limit sign does not really change how people drive, I mean, that's really it. I will say that based on the study, we're recommending the 50 because that's the increase. I will say, and Tom will jump in here, legally, you don't have to accept that recommendation, but the speed limit will not be enforceable by radar.
But it's enforceable not by radar. I mean, radar has only been used since 1988 for rural and unincorporated area.
Yeah, I can tell you generally if it's not considered if it's not an legally adopted limit, CHP, obviously if somebody's doing 100 miles an hour, they're going to, but they won't, the way they run their enforcement program, and I will mention, and I'm not saying anything that CHP wouldn't tell you, generally our enforcement programs are at their lowest level that we've ever seen. Primarily it's just it's not even a lack of money, it's a lack of CHP's ability to hire people. So they're going to put their enforcement efforts where they can use their tools to the most extent. So our recommendation is to follow the engineering speed study. Like I said, the board is not required to do so, but then basically you won't have a legally enforceable speed limit there, to which 99.9% of the people who are driving won't know the difference. But if they happen to get a ticket and they're I'll say smart enough or well informed enough to challenge it, the ticket won't hold up. So that becomes a policy decision for the board.
What I will share after having lived the very concerns that you are raising, and very prudent of you to raise them in advance of when the concerns arose. We learned the other way around in 2017. But CHP said just that. If we did not adopt pursuant to the speed survey or with findings of special circumstances to reduce the speed limit, that they would not enforce. It's simply not going to be on their priority for enforcing those roadways. So for us, it became an issue of we wanted to make sure that we didn't have pockets of the county where CHP was not enforcing. One of the other things we can do, I know we have done this in the past, is if you want, as a district supervisor, if you want to work with staff on seeing what leeway and special considerations there may be, we actually did this previously where we took out a few segments from the resolution, moved forward with everything else, and that would give you, as the district supervisor, the opportunity to work with neighbors and with staff, and to just bring it back in a reasonable time frame. So we have done that in the past. Supervisor Cottrell?
Thank you. I'm drawing a little graph over here of some of the streets in Deer Park. I think one of the things, and this is, again, all very educational in terms of understanding that driver behavior, you're saying, doesn't change by what the number is on the sign. One of the things I'm looking at here is a proposed 5 mile an hour increase on Sanitarium Road, and that has the hospital ingress and egress right there, and I don't know, I was just curious if that factors into setting the speed limit, because there's cars slowing and speeding up there.
Okay, so there are a couple of factors involved in setting up the speed limit, which are established by the federal government and the state of California, and we have to follow all those factors when we're collecting the data, when we're analyzing the data, such as when we're analyzing the data, the collision rate also, we take the collision rate and see what is the frequency of collision rate compared to the state collision. And then we also check the number of driveways located, and then we also check what is the population factor over there. So there are several factors involved, and then we also take the 100 speed study through the radar, and we also collect the traffic data based on 24 hours basis. So once we got all those information, then what it is described in the MUTC, Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, then they come up with the proposed speed limit. The idea of engineering and traffic survey is that we need to establish the speed limit at the roadway which people are expecting to drive over there. If we only start taking downward, then that will kill the whole purpose of a speed limit, because people are not going to drive that is speed. Let's say if a roadway is designed for 55 miles per hour and we put 40 miles per hour over there, maybe one or two drivers will obey the speed limit, but majority of the people will disregard the speed limit. At the same time, the CHP or sheriff office cannot do the citation because they always use the radar gun. The only way they can issue the citation that they have to run their vehicle also with the other person and then measure the speed. So that will become very difficult. I think since we are trying to adopt this speed study for last 2 years, it will take a little bit time people to understand that what is the use of this traffic study. Once we realize, the public will realize that it's good for them. And when we put the new speed sign, we always put additional sign that, okay, new speed limit is this. So they realize that, okay, now the speed limit is changed. The new speed is this. That means the speed is dropped. I think enforcement is one of the main component here in the speed limit, because if sheriff office or CHP cannot issue the citation, then we will see the people driving whatever they like to drive. And it took us 5 months. We had a lot of back and forth discussion, and with Steve also, and back to our consultant. We have discussed and studied each location very carefully, and we asked them to provide us the justification, and we look the room for every single segment where we either can maintain it or drop the speed.
So I think what I was trying to get to is on Sanitarium Road, it's going up to 40, and just wondering about the impact of the hospital there. And that is one of those intersections where people have the choice. I can go down Sanitarium or I can take Deer Park. And so Deer Park's going to remain at 35, Sanitarium's going up to 40. Again, I don't know if people track that, but what I don't want to do by changing one and not the other is make people think this is the faster route, because that's not the direction we want to go in. But Director Lederer, back to your point, you know, if people are paying attention to those numbers, I don't know, but I'm just wondering if you look at alternate routes like that too.
Yeah, as Essen said, the driveways, population, daily traffic, all of that is baked into the analysis. So I will say, much like we're doing at specifically at Congress Valley and Old Sonoma Road, we do keep track of the accident data going forward, and if the data indicates, gee, there's something going on there, it's not like we're going to wait 5 years. You know, we'll come back and look at it sooner.
If I may, along those lines, there is additional authority we will have starting on June 30th, 2024, to reduce speed limits in what has yet to be defined as a safety corridor. Department of Transportation is supposed to be working on that now, or areas of high concentrations of bicyclists and pedestrians. So we will have additional authority, but still not for a little over another year.
Okay. See no other questions from the board. I'll open public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Gregory?
Yeah, I'd like to recommend, well, I'll move that we, which item is this? 13.
A. 13A.
13A. Where am I?
Intend to adopt.
I'd like to move that we adopt the ordinance and adopt the resolution minus Old Sonoma Road, just to provide some flexibility on that one.
So I would say it's an intent to adopt.
Correct.
The ordinance, which will come back on consent for a second read, and then the adoption of the resolution. And it would be for all the recommended segments except for those indicated on Old Sonoma Road to allow additional work on that.
Or if we wanted to act on that today and give Supervisor Gallagher flexibility in her vote. Either way. But my motion is
Whatever
to
works.
adopt the ordinance and adopt the resolution minus Old Sonoma Road.
I'll second that.
Thanks.
Okay. So we have a motion and a motion by Supervisor Gregory, a second by Supervisor Cottrell, with an intent to adopt the ordinance and a motion to approve the resolution for all segments excluding Old Sonoma Road.
2 segments on Old
Sorry,
Sonoma
two
Road.
segments on Old Sonoma Road. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and that comes with direction to staff to work with Supervisor Gallagher and come back to us with the Old Sonoma Road segments. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert.
Here you go. Now you
And
don't have to
because
sit there.
this day feels like the longest day ever, we will now get to the first item of our regular administrative items agenda, and that would be item 10A. And I will invite our district engineer, Mr. Sochi, from the Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District, to give us a status of the district's operating budget, including a review of a 5-year forecast and potential options to address anticipated shortfalls in the operation budget and funding of certain capital improvements. And Mr. Lederer will just stay here with us, and thank you.
Yes.
You do your staff
Although
and all the work
I'm
that's
going to
been
turn
done.
this over to Mr. Silk as soon as he's settled there, but
Okay.
I'll hang out for a while.
Okay. Good afternoon, Governing Board. It comes with great relief that I'm relinquishing that remote control device that artificial intelligence has taken over for the day. So as we move through our slide presentation, the clerk of the board will help us navigate through our topics of discussion. Just as a preface to today's presentation and ultimately our forum discussion in terms of the utility finances at Berryessa Highlands, before the pandemic and the LNU wildfire, Berryessa Highlands was faced with some pressure on its operating budget with expenses that were trending higher. I approached the board back in, I believe it was 2019, gave an update on the finances, and from that we decided to hire an outside consultant, RDN, to which they performed a cost of service study and put forth some recommendations in terms of the rate structure to which we would need to have for revenue capture to offset forecasted expenses. And so after, we went through the pandemic and then also with the August 2020 fire, we knew that we had to enact some emergency measures to relieve these the costs that were going to put the district in a position where it wouldn't have sufficient cash to pay its bills. So 2 years ago, we put forth, we rolled up the sleeves and put forth a proposal to go to the community and recommend a marginal adjustment of the rates and also a county loan that would bridge the district to a point where the hopes were that a resort development would bring economic revitalization to the area, and also that there would be some rebuilds of homes and perhaps even new construction. And so here we are 2 years later. We said, okay, well, let's have another look at it and see where we are financially and what the future looks like, and also what are some of the challenges that we continue to face out there with the facilities. Here's a list of the topics that I'm going to take us through. As I'd like to at least start things off by giving our 2 new board members some background and history of the district. Next slide. Oh, okay. I see. Sure. Okay, so Berryessa Highlands was created in 1965 by a legislative action. It was one of 3 resort districts that was established. And it was really under the premise that it was going to be a seasonal occupancy, not year-round residents, and as we now know, it is transformed into year-round single-family homes. There are 586 total parcels in the development. We saw the number of active customers shrink from 332 down to 220. Now we've boosted back up to 239 since the 2020 fire. Our current operating budget sits at $1.3 million. The utility operations were transitioned from public employees, public service employees, over to privatized contract operations. And that's where we've been over now the past 10 years. The average water and sewer bill sits at $480 bi-monthly. There is a USDA loan in the amount of $11 million that funded the capital improvements to a water treatment plant as well as the wastewater plant, expanded our wastewater effluent, treated effluent pond storage capacity, as well as some other ancillary improvements in the systems. There is an ongoing, it's a revolving annual charge of $240 that is assessed to each parcel that supplements our revenue. And then lastly, from that period of 1965 until around 2010, there was no recapitalization of the infrastructure. And so that really put the district behind the eight ball because eventually you got to reinvest in the utilities. Next slide. Okay, here's the backbone of the in-house resources that we have. There's the board of directors, the district engineer's position, which I now reside in. We do have an assistant engineer. She provides a tremendous amount of support to both the utility operations and us maintaining compliance with permits. There are administrative personnel that do the billings, the payables, the receivables, handle all the phone calls at the front end of the office, interfacing with district customers. And the other thing that I just wanted to note is that through attrition, we have actually pared down 2 positions at the district. So we've slashed our overhead by eliminating an associate engineer position, as well as consolidating the duties from the district engineer over to the position that I resided in prior to being the district engineer, the engineering manager. Next slide. Here's a profile of the sewer system. The flows can vary according to the season. Dry weather flows, there are days where we can see less than 20,000 gallons come in from the sanitary collection system. And then during the winter time, such as this, excessively wet winter, we can see daily flows surge to 200,000 gallons or even more sometimes on a daily basis. There are 4 sewer lift stations that convey the sanitary flows through the system. The 2 real workhorses are lift station 1 and 2. Lift station 2 is really one of our vulnerabilities in the collection system. It has 1 pump presently. There's no redundancy. And you'll hear me speak to, well, what are the consequences if that pump should go down and we have an outage? True to any collection system, there are several miles of gravity main, sewer force main. There's only a single treatment unit that presently serves all flows, to comply with our effluent standards, with our waste discharge requirements permit. It would be really nice and handy to have a standby unit so that when the primary unit goes down, we have the ability to continue to treat and either not have to haul off waste or potentially even at times have to bypass and treat later. Also accompanying the wastewater facilities are the large effluent storage ponds that store water during the winter months, and then we in turn apply it to the land for disposal during the dry weather months. One of the issues that we're experiencing now with our irrigation fields, and it's really just fallout from the LNU wildfire, is deadfall. I heard Deputy Chief Martin speak this morning to what's going on with crown damage to the trees. Well, we're seeing it on the other end. We got a little bit of snow, but the rainfall resulted in just a tremendous amount of deadfall damaging our irrigation pipes. So you're going to see a project coming to you soon where we're going to revamp this and go about it from a different approach that we think would be less hazardous and at risk to failures and costly to the operations budget. Next slide. Okay, here's a summary of the water system. Obviously, the source of supply is Lake Berryessa. There are 2 intakes that bring water through a treatment facility. It is then pumped and lifted up to a single 500,000 gallon tank. That tank is original construction to the subdivision. It's over, 65 years old, so it's in need of replacement. It's gone beyond its useful life cycle. And there are pressure valve reducing stations throughout the distribution system that step down pressure so that the customers don't have problems with their internal plumbing. And then there are fire hydrants that serve for public fire protection. Next slide. Okay, so here I'm going to just speak to the chronology, recent chronology over the past 15 years of some of the physical matters that have come before the district, and some of the losses that were experienced that put us in a place where we are now. And that really started with 15 years ago with the Bureau's closure of Steel Park Resort. And that resulted in the loss of 228 EDUs. And an EDU is an equivalent dwelling unit. It's, in essence, really the same as a single-family residence. So you combine that with the loss of another 100 homes, well, that put us in a predicament, for revenue. And, I put here in a footnote that, if we were to regain those EDUs, well, we'd be in a much better place with a revenue stream that could actually support the expenses. And so $750,000 is a lot of money to a small utility. And lastly, there is an outstanding county loan balance that stands at $2.8 million. There have been a series of loans that have been issued to the district, most of which have been for the use to support the ongoing operations. And then last year there was a loan issued for wastewater pond number 2 to do the construction repairs of a slide that occurred out there. Next slide. So here's a breakdown of the revenue inflows. Again, it's 239 active accounts that bring in on a bi-monthly basis revenue to the district. Right now we're seeing delinquencies seem to be pretty low, which is good. We do have a policy that the board adopted for delinquencies, and we're prompt to adhere to notices when there are delays in payments. And there's a small percentage of the property tax that comes in, and the annual availability charge, the $240 per parcel that I spoke to earlier. Next slide. Okay, sure. Okay, so and then on the flip side, we have expenses that are realized annually. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up a little bit here. So here's a percentage breakdown of the revenue, showing that there is a great deal of reliance on the user rates and customers paying us in a timely manner so that we can pay our bills. Next slide. And for the expense outflows, here's a breakdown of the various classes that we have in our accounts. The engineering administration, that covers us, the district staff. Contract operations, that's self-explanatory. Maintenance and equipment, that's where we can immediately realize substantial increases in expense overruns is in the maintenance when we have unplanned failures, and I'll show you what has occurred just during this fiscal year in a later slide. The power, PG&E, that's fairly constant. It's predictable, but the outages aren't. And so when we do have outages, there are instances where motors can fail, and we can have a motor cost us anywhere between $5,000 to as much as $30,000 with a failure. And then there's these other subcategories. Okay, and then here we have the percentages that show 57% is attributed to labor. Okay, fairly typical of what you would see with utilities. And then the other 43% is subdivided amongst the maintenance, the power, all the variable costs. Okay, then there are some other smaller or minority costs that are associated with laboratory fees, but again, those we can forecast with great confidence. It's when we run into these emergency failures that it's hurting the district. Next slide. All right, here's our updated projection of revenue versus expenses. The green bar being revenue, the yellow shaded being expenses, and really what this shows is you can see the shrinkage of revenue that resulted from both the pandemic and the fire, and our expenses have risen and largely attributed to unplanned events. Okay, and so, but most importantly is this spread that we're seeing between the revenue that comes in and the expenses. And so we need to have some discussions about how to make up that gap and how to fill it, and come up with some proposals to bring forth to the community and get their participation in this discussion. Next slide. Okay, looks like the top there, the title. So this shows a map of what the district experienced during the current fiscal cycle for unplanned O&M expenses. Many of these are just occurred over the last few months with the 17 atmospheric rivers that, relentlessly affected the community out there to Berryessa. And so there's just so many of them that, I'll give you an example. Like, for instance, the lateral replacement in the lower right, okay, that's a customer's service line, but the district is ultimately responsible for its replacement. Well, that little project may seem little, but it totaled up to $27,000. Okay, and then as Director Lederer, can speak to as well, that the water main break that happened with the landslide at Steel Canyon, well, the district had some expenses that it had to own up to in that incident. And then with each wet winter, we do realize high turbidity winter runoff events, and that impacts the treatment plant. And we need to take on some additional improvements at that treatment plant to be able to handle and treat water that is essentially really a 1.6 million acre foot mud puddle, okay? And I've been out there 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning where we are trying to produce water for that community. Next slide. Oh, okay. Okay, so anyhow, just continuing on the topic of unplanned O&M expenses, what are the attributable causes to these extraordinary expenses? Well, they're natural disasters, outdated infrastructure, lack of equipment redundancy, process deficiencies, PG&E power quality and outages. And as a result of those catalysts, what happens is we can suddenly and immediately realize impacts to our expenses, that being overtime labor with our contract operations, district staff time, short-term rentals. Pumps can cost anywhere between $6,000 to $8,000 per month. And when a pump fails and you only have a single pump, there could be upwards to 3 months of lead time. And so, again, the accrued expenses can pile up quickly. Okay, next slide. So how do we get to budget stability? It's a pathway that is a big challenge. Existentialism out in the wildland-urban interface is really based on hardened infrastructure. Have to be able to withstand these potential hazards that are going to challenge the operations and bring on unforeseen emergencies that can cost the district's budget a lot of money, and also to affect our ability to come up with rate structures that are going to be able to offset these expenses. Next slide. In here, I'm showing what we see as our short-term capital project priorities. There are some deficiencies that need to be addressed, those being at the water treatment plant. We see an estimated $4 million of capital improvements are necessary at that facility. Additionally, $4 million should be earmarked for the wastewater treatment plant to expand its capacity, treatment capacity, and also to address solids handling. A $3 million 1 million gallon water storage tank upgrading from 500,000 gallons is necessary for not only for fire protection, but also to offset domestic demands when, say, the water treatment plant, until it's upgraded, is incapable of treating high turbidity water. And then lastly, there's we project about $1 million is necessary at the sewer lift station to build in redundancy, to upgrade the wet well that's there, and also to look at its reliability and operations. And then my last slide here, how is it that we address these revenue shortfalls? And staff have sat down, done several analyses and thought about this, and developed 3 alternatives that we would like to bring to the community for further discussion. And the first of which is simply looking at user rates. Well, what would the user rates need to be to offset these expenses? And we're showing that it would be a minimum 89% increase, which is substantial, okay? Just to put it in terms of dollars annually, each active user would be looking at approximately $2,500 increase each year. And so, I mean, that one's a challenge. The second one is a hybrid proposal, to which there would be a 53% increase in the rates, coupled with a special tax that would be assessed to the parcels, $800 to a developed parcel, $400 to an undeveloped parcel. And we propose that this look or expire after a 5-year term. So in other words, this is an interim solution that we would bring to the table in hopes that the resort will bring, again, economic revitalization to the area, and also it will give time for additional customers to come back to the utility and provide additional revenue. Lastly, there's it's just solely a special tax implemented on the basis that it would require a 2/3 majority and then passage by ballot vote. So let me make that distinction between a Prop 218 rate case, which is a simple majority, okay, and it's based on protest votes. A special tax is actually a ballot, okay, that goes out to the parcel owners, in which a 2/3 majority of yes votes is required. And so just getting back to that slide too, if we were to implement, or if the district was to implement a special tax, solely a special tax, it would be $1,180 for both developed and undeveloped parcels. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the board to further discussion and questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and thank you to staff. Look, this is not an easy presentation to digest, but I do want to point to the fact that, we have been a good partner. We've tried to do as much as we can, and I do appreciate the way we're approaching this, of working with the community to understand what the options are. I also know that the community has been responsible. They're trying to do the right thing. but we also have to be mindful of the cost of living. And in this particular area, it's one of the areas where you have folks that are trying to be part of our community. Housing is a little bit more affordable, so any additional cost does concern me in terms of the overall cost of living. And I think you might have mentioned, we also did that rate income study to try to show, maybe you can speak
Correct.
a little bit about
Yeah,
that.
sure. We did, on behalf of the district, conduct a household median income survey. It was determined that the median income sits at $59,000, which is slightly below the statewide average, but it doesn't qualify the community for disadvantaged community grant opportunities.
So I just think Christopher mentioned that it just illustrates that we've done as much as we can to try to pursue what other funding sources are out there. So in terms of, I think on slide 16, option A is going to be very hard for me to support at some point, in terms of what it means to families in like Berryessa. I do appreciate option B and C. What I like about option C is that it buys us time, to see what happens with the concessionaires and what type of activity happens. That is the goal. That is the vision. That's why we've worked so hard to get to that point. So I think what you have before us is a thoughtful plan that takes into account what is going to happen and how do we look at the long-term financial sustainability. But I do believe this county has been a good partner to the residents of Berryessa in trying to minimize any cost impacts. But we're at a point where we can't keep doing what we're doing, because the balance you shared of the graph of what it costs and what the revenue coming in is upside down. So we do need to do this, but I look forward to the meeting happening next month where we can talk with the community around it. So
Sure. And let me just add to that, we do have a community meeting scheduled for May 9th at 5:30 p.m. at the Capel Valley Fire Station. A notice will go out to all property owners, because we're talking about not only user rates, but also special tax would affect.
I appreciate that. And then just more globally, I think we need to learn around the challenges, pros and cons of special districts and creating special districts. I think this really illustrates how it is challenging to sustain, these districts out in communities. Circle Oaks is another one. It is challenging, so I think we just have to look globally. Is there any other communities that we know of that have special districts, and how do they have sustainable funding, if there is an example, which I think it's going to be hard to find.
Yeah, just real quick to respond to that. If you look at small districts in the Central Valley, they're failing right and left. Same problems that we have: older systems, new regulations, very small number of people to amortize the costs over. So it's a problem across the state of California. Unfortunately, with most of those systems, the remedy is the state is forcing those districts to merge with the community next door. We don't have a community next door, so it's a challenge.
I, too, have great concerns with option A. I just cannot, as someone who grew up in Elbrid, I have a very special spot and understanding of what the families have gone through for years in these special districts, and I certainly cannot support an option A. I do like option B from a perspective understanding that it is two separate proposals. But as I did mention, I think that there's an option of being able to scale up one contingent upon the other that can actually buy us some time. I guess what concerns me is we have been carrying these loans. We have been making this pencil out for the district specifically. But at some point, we are I'm concerned that the repayment of these loans is not going to come to fruition. And so the question comes, why are we subsidizing the water and wastewater of these residents and not other residents who likewise are feeling economic pressures? Certainly these are different because of the lack of maintenance over the years, but I personally would I don't see A as an option. I think the community meeting and input is important, but B or C is something that I would be supportive of. Supervisor Gregory.
Agree with that, and I look forward to hearing the results of the community meeting. Supervisor Pedrosa is attending, and for your in advance for your leadership on this. One thing to mention again, I think I mentioned it before, and maybe this is the kind of crisis to think differently. One of the recommendations from the LAFCO study was to look at consolidating sewer and water infrastructure in Napa. One thing that bore out of that, and it was partly out of need, but partly out of that, the spirit of that was Napa San. I'm on the board of directors for Napa San. We're now staffing, at least with the operator, the town of Yountville's system. And so Napa San's made themselves available to smaller systems and facilities that need their help. I'd love for you to explore that. I think they'd offer the expertise you need, not to ding the current contract engineer. I think you'd get economy of scale on chemicals and maybe a better deal. So might be the time to check that out.
Sure. Yeah. We really would like to join the chemical consortium to potentially realize some savings there, and certainly any networking or mutual aid that we could establish with one of the cities would be welcome.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, especially as a new supervisor. It's great to walk back to the beginning and then forward. And what you're explaining about what that meeting will look like, and I echo Supervisor Gregory in saying thank you to Supervisor Pedrosa for that, for being there and leading in that meeting. I imagine that, if I am a resident here, I'm looking at these three options, and like my colleagues have said, A really does not sound appealing, so I'm going to try to wrap my head around B or C. Picking one of three in that setting is very different from then going to the ballot box and voting yes in support of those things, because that's really when that's when we feel it in our pocketbook. So what does the conversation look like with the community about if residents pick none of the above? I mean, how do we sort of look at what the other, your face maybe just explained what that would be.
Well, that discussion has never been met with any fanfare, just to prelude that. There has been some exploration in terms of the community and its existence, okay? Whether or not it is ultimately going to be physically sustainable, okay? That's a hard discussion, but it has been had. And so, but in the end, we have to provide a service as long as there are homes out there, okay? And in order to provide that service, we have to have operating permits from the state. And as long as we have the operating permits and aren't in jeopardy of losing those, that is a tough legal decision that I would actually have to defer to our district council on.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to ask such a big question, but just this idea of, these three options here are tough ones, but picking, it's just trying to understand as a community that the fourth option is really not a good one either.
Right.
So hopefully that helps market B and C a little bit.
Right.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there aren't good choices, and I think in our previous conversations, it's, my notes for this are rock and hard place. I mean, there just isn't anywhere great to go. Of course, the first one, I'm sure people are just gonna, throw back at you, but it sounds like you have had hard conversations before with these communities, and that it's just the most important thing is to, lay it out truthfully and transparently, and have the conversations about the different options, and hope that they can get, behind something, because I think it also explaining the situation with the loans and all of that, and how long can we go on loaning the money, and how would that ever honestly be paid back? It doesn't seem like there's even necessarily a good mechanism for that.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, in some perfect world down the road, there are many more homes, and the resort is up and operating, and there's a revenue stream that is greater than operations, and you can begin to carve off some cash off the top to start paying the loans back. But I wouldn't hold my breath at this point.
Right.
So.
Yeah, there really needs to be a commitment at all levels for the Highlands in the future, that being a public-private commitment, an obligation to investing in the infrastructure, and then also the residents wanting to participate potentially in its prosperity in the future.
Yeah, I will mention, and I think Chris may have mentioned it, but all of these, obviously none of these are going to generate revenue before July 1st, and the district is operating. By estimates right now, we're going to be about $300 and some odd $1,000 short before the end of the year. So one thing we will be coming back to the county board for is a request for another loan before the end of the fiscal year, just to keep the district from going bankrupt. So just wanted to mention it.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the board, I'll open public comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bringing back to the board. Thank you so much for, bringing the message. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one additional item, which is item 11C, which we need to trail after our next two closed session items. So at this time, I'm going to ask County Council to announce items 18B and C. We will recess into closed session, and then at the conclusion of closed session, we will report out and bring back item 11C and the balance of our agenda.
Thank you. Item 18B, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. This is for the Interim County Executive Officer. And then item 18C, Conference with Real Property Negotiator. This is the property located at 3500 Airport Road in Napa. The airport, the agency negotiator is our airport manager, Mark Witso, negotiating with the Department of General Services on a potential lease with the CHP.
Thank you. We will now recess into closed session.
Recording stop. Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are now back from closed session, and I'll turn it over to County Council for any report out.
Thank you. So the board met in closed session under item 18B, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Interim County Executive Officer, and gave a 6-month review. No other action to report. And item 18C, conference with real property negotiator regarding the airport property lease with the California Highway Patrol. Direction was given to the negotiator. That's the end of the report.
Thank you so much. Coming back, we have for our consideration board, we have item 11C, the Assistant County Executive Officer and County Council request approval of an authorization for the chair to sign the renewal of employment contract number 230200B with our interim county CEO, David Morrison, effective today for a period of 6 months or until a permanent county executive officer is hired, whichever occurs first. Are there any questions from the board on this item?
No. So moved.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll now open it for public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, a second by Supervisor Pedroza. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. With that, I will ask, yes. Pardon me? Oh, yes. So Supervisor Gallagher departed after the conclusion of the closed session item. She did have a prior commitment that she needed to tend to. Next on our agenda, item 15, any Board of Supervisors committee reports and announcements? It's 5:04. Supervisor Gregory.
Let's try to go fast. I've only got a page of notes. It's actually been a busy few weeks since our last board meeting. I'll skip some of it, but the RISE event, which occurred over 3 weeks, put on by Anna Britton and her team, was outstanding. I was able to go the first one 2 weeks ago, but fantastic effort. And then the only other thing, North Bay Watershed Association was last week, and our very own Jameson Crosby came and talked through our GSA right next to the Sonoma, her Sonoma counterpart. And it was a great chance to compare the two and see what they're doing, and it was very, very informative. That's all. Thanks.
Next, future agenda items. I had heard, no, we took care of that. Seeing none, we'll move on to County Executive Officer reports and announcements.
None, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our very lengthy agenda. We will adjourn to the Board of Supervisors regular meeting Tuesday, May 2nd at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.